Quayle in the mountain road to all the women leaders and future leaders, what we're going to talk about next few days here. It's exciting to know that there's over 230 participants of women leadership here with us, in person and on Zoom. So again, I just want to first welcome each and every one of us here. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge and thank all our women knowledge keepers, along with our women chiefs, counselors, presenters, and especially our women community members from across Ontario who have gathered at the Women's Reach Conference to talk about economic empowerment for women. Your presence here shows your commitment to making positive change that will restore economic abundance and community health in our communities. Women's economic empowerment is not something that just helps individuals. When women thrive economically, our families and our communities flourish also. We know that First Nations women face many challenges in day-to-day life. The REACH conference is a platform where these challenges can be acknowledged and addressed. It provides a supportive environment for networking and learning about entrepreneurial roles, career advancement opportunities, and pursuing your passions. Presentations taking place this week stretch across many different industries with support from business advisors, career consultants, and women entrepreneurs. On behalf of the Leadership Council, I want to thank all of the esteemed speakers for recognizing the need to support these efforts by sharing their knowledge with everyone here this week. I extend my best wishes for the success of this conference and the success of all of you in the leadership roles in your economic wellness journeys moving forward. On behalf of the people of Ontario, we stand with you and we look forward to a very bright future as we move forward.
On that note, we will get started with the day. So right now, if I could have the First Nations Women in Technical Field Careers, Workforce and Business Opportunities, Melanie DeBasigi, Executive Director, and Chelsea Johnson, Communications Manager. Are you guys in here? Yes, beautiful. And following them will be the Careers for First Nations Women in Food and Beverage Processing Industry with Lorraine Pitawanakwat from Indigenous Outreach and Program Facilitation. So please come on up here as well.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad I brought my readers today because I've moved and changed offices, and I was just telling my colleague Chelsea that I'm turning into one of those people that has these reader glasses all over, but I can't find a pair. And they're from I was telling her, I just picked up a pair of these last week from Michael's. I didn't know they sold those at the craft store, but they have them there. Anyways, good morning. My name is Melanie DeBasigi. As you can see from my bio, I have quite the bit of corporate knowledge and executive experience. I had the opportunity over the past 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, to spend 2 days with a lot of professional Indigenous women across the country. We attended the First Nations Major Project Coalition in the Sheraton Centre downtown, and it was really interesting. We had Don Madabi speaking on a panel. I got to see Helen Babawash, who I've seen is on your agenda there this afternoon, and we got to talk about the future of Canada and what that looks like on the landscape. So there's a lot of interesting things coming up and tremendous opportunities. So thank you for being here with us today. So before starting, have you ever heard the saying, if you can dream it, you can achieve it? Well, how do you know what to dream if you've never seen it? Because many of us were living in our communities, and we only think that we can become what we can see. But there's so many other opportunities out there. Well, that's why I'm here today. Because by the end of our time together, I want you to be able to just achieve not just your dreams, but other things that are visible in your life. So, when I look at untapped potential of Indigenous women in technical careers, not that kind of technical career, because when people think of technical, they think of IT or people in computers. So I want to some light on some very crucial yet overlooked opportunities and aspects in society. So when you look at these technical careers, you can see foundationally that they're the foundation of our communities. So you're not going to attain wellness, because with wellness, a lot of people need a building, or they need doctors, they need clean drinking water, they need people taking care of the environment. So a lot of that, this is what our picture depicts here. And as you can see, Indigenous women are leading a lot of those roles. So what I mean when I say technical, it's anything to do with functioning at the community level. Think of infrastructure, actual physical infrastructure that makes up your roads, your houses, schools, community centers, health centers, chief and council buildings, landfill site remediation, the water treatment plant, the wastewater treatment plant, and everything in between. It's rare that we take the time to think about, when you turn on the tap in your community, how that water got there, and how usually there's one water operator working in your community 365 days a year to ensure that you have clean drinking water. But today we're going to take you right through all of those careers and potentially what they could look like for you. So this graphic on this slide shows you exactly how the organization that Chelsea and I work for, the Ontario First Nations Technical Services Corporation, can help a community with these technical services, and I'm going to walk you through that. So just to give you an example, there's roads and bridges connecting community members to each other in important community services. Who builds those roads? How do they get built? You need engineers and construction workers. Those are technical careers. What about a local school and community center? Large enough and safe enough to house, educate, and protect your children and families. Again, you'll probably need an engineer to design the building, an architect to draw up the plans, construction workers to build it, infrastructure specialists to inspect the building to make sure it's safe at each building, I'm going to say design point. Also, you're going to need firefighters to make sure that it's kept up to code, and fire safety people. You're also going to need an asset management plan to ensure that this asset has the longevity to be worth something by our community, that there's going to be proper operations and maintenance, so that you know, for example, if your water treatment plant is going to break or a part's going to go, we're going to know exactly at that point when that part's going to need to be replaced, so that everyone in the community can have clean drinking water. But at that same point, with the supply chain being interrupted post-pandemic since COVID, a lot of these parts have to come in from other countries, and they have to be built. So if we know that that part's going to potentially go in 6 to 8 months in the year 2024, we can order that in 2023 so that you have it readily available. And then a lot of things. When you think about, like, even for communities in the far north, when there's a major fuel spill, and you look at the fuel spills happening, they get reported. Well, many of these communities, they're not even on the grid. They're still powering their communities from diesel. And who do you think cleans up the diesel and makes sure that there's a remediation plan in place? Well, that's where OFN-TSC comes in. You know, we have fuel management specialists that go in and help the community put these plans together and help remediate against it. Also, the landfill sites and landfills that are filling up in your communities. Your community probably desperately needs an environmental scientist. Well, we have a team of environmental scientists that work with us. We put together landfill site remediation plans, also transfer station plans, and they go in and they also make Indigenous services accountable, because they're the ones who set up that landfill site. So they work not only with the federal government, but they work with your community leadership. So these technical careers, they're all examples of jobs at their core about ensuring that your community can flourish in all areas. But without these technical skills, that won't happen. You know, especially when you look at, like, the theme of this conference, when you look at empowerment and economic development. Well, you can't have economic development without infrastructure, buildings, water, and roads. You can't have socioeconomic wellness, because you hear and we talk about every child matters and bringing those children home. Well, what homes are you going to bring them to if you don't have the infrastructure in place or the specialists to put that infrastructure in place and to help maintain it? So these careers form the building blocks of a successful society, but they also fit together seamlessly in a holistic puzzle. So when you think about our people and we look back generations, we were already doing that. So it's just about re-embracing that in a modern world and moving forward. So when I look also at environmental scientists, they play a pivotal role in assessing and managing natural resources and the environmental health of a community. A lot of the work that we do from that aspect is source water protection. And currently at this point, Indigenous Services Canada does not necessarily assist with source water protection plans. So we go in and we advocate for the communities that we work with to get dollars to put those plans into action and to properly staff them, because a lot of the traditional territories, there's resource development happening. And you always hear that saying, if our water's not healthy, we're not healthy. So we try to work with the communities to ensure that, these are your rights in your traditional territory. Maybe you should speak to these people. We can put the technical plan for the water protection in place from a technical aspect, but you also need to exert your rights, and that's a political realm, but we can help point you in that direction, but that's not within our purview. The next thing I want to talk about is, but it's not only essential for a healthy functioning society, but there's high demands in First Nations in Ontario. And as you all know, Canada has the largest Indigenous growing population. With the workforce, it has a growth rate of almost 4 times higher than the non-Indigenous population. Despite this growth, there remains a significant gap in representation, particularly in technical fields. According to Stats Canada, we make up only 4% of the Canadian STEM workforce, highlighting a glaring disparity in opportunities. But here's an exciting part. Within this statistic lies immense potential and untapped talent waiting to be unleashed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chelsea Johnson, and today I'm going to explore with you some of the many career pathways available for First Nations individuals in technical fields, starting with one of the most crucial, water operator. So becoming a water operator in your community is a vital role that involves ensuring the safety and quality of drinking water. This career can be rewarding and impactful, especially in areas where access to clean water is critical. So some of the things that water operators do, they maintain and monitor water quality systems and water treatment systems. Working hours are typically full-time, but they can include shift work, weekends, and on-call emergencies. The starting salary for this type of role usually ranges from $40,000 to $45,000 for entry-level positions, and with an experienced salary, you can be increased up to $50,000 to $70,000 annually. The education credentials are a high school diploma, which is the requirement, and then certification is mandatory, which involves training courses and exams, and operators must also complete ongoing professional development to maintain their certifications. So there are ongoing training called continuing education units and on-the-job training hours, which is some of the training that OFNTSC provides to water operators in First Nations in Ontario. So pursuing a career as a water operator not only offers a chance to have a stable and well-compensated job, but also a chance to make a significant difference in the quality of life of community members. This role overall requires technical knowledge, physical and mental resilience, and a commitment to a continuous learning and community service. So next, we're going to take a look at a career as an environmental scientist. So this role is crucial in managing natural resources sustainably and addressing environmental issues that affect our communities, including climate change risk and adaptation. Environmental scientists conduct field studies, sometimes lab research, to analyze environmental problems, and they assist, as Melanie had kind of mentioned previously, in developing policies to manage natural resources and protect the environment effectively. Here we have some more information as well on some of the education requirements and salary. So they, as Melanie mentioned as well, they worked with the government bodies and community leaders and the public to discuss environmental issues and recommend solutions. They do typically work full-time with some additional hours required for field work. But the starting salary for this role is $40,000 to $50,000, and with an experienced salary, you can make up to $100,000 a year, which is pretty good. And again, the minimum education requirement is a bachelor's degree in environmental science, biology, chemistry, or a related field. So up next, we're going to look at infrastructure specialists. So infrastructure specialists ensure that existing infrastructure is maintained to the standards set by the federal and provincial guidelines and upgraded when new standards come out and when necessary. Typically, the working hours are full-time with some extended hours depending on the project. And with a starting salary, you are able to make anywhere from $55,000 to $65,000. And as you kind of gain more experience, gain more education and skills, you can advance up into leadership roles where salaries can range from $75,000 to $100,000 per year. A bachelor's degree is required for this role, and there are certifications that are also required and beneficial, such as GIS or AutoCAD, which will enhance the job prospects and performance. So overall, a career as an infrastructure specialist, particularly in First Nations in Ontario, involves crucial tasks such as planning, implementing and maintaining community infrastructure to support sustainable development and enhance quality of life. And this role is critical, especially in remote areas with significant infrastructure needs. Moving on to something still infrastructure related, let's take a look at a career in fire safety, which is being a firefighter. So for firefighting, this is a highly demanding, but it's also a very rewarding role. Firefighters within the community ensure the safety and well-being of the entire community through emergency response and fire prevention education. They also conduct inspections and public education sessions, as well as undergoing regular training to keep up to date on the latest information. They typically work in shifts, which can include nights, weekends, and holidays. And depending on the level of community staffing, they may also be on call for emergencies outside of regular shifts. And the salary can range from $40,000 to $50,000 a year, but as you get more experience and you can kind of move up within the department, you can be making a salary from $60,000 to $90,000 a year. A high school diploma is required for this role, and post-secondary courses in fire science or emergency management are beneficial. You must also complete a firefighter training program and undertake ongoing training. And the last career that specifically we're going to focus on today is engineering. And in 2016, only 0.5% of engineers in Canada identified as Indigenous, according to Engineers Canada. So we are definitely in a large need for more people entering into these roles. And if you aren't too familiar with what an engineer does, they develop and execute plans for infrastructure projects such as roads, buildings, and water systems. They also conduct assessments and detailed reports on project feasibility, budget estimates, and environmental impact. Typically are working full-time, standard business hours. However, deadlines can require overtime and weekend work. Starting salary ranges from $55,000 to $65,000 a year, but with experience, you can be making up to over $100,000 a year. Bachelor's degree is required for this role, and obtaining your professional engineering license from the Professional Engineers of Ontario is crucial for career advancement. And engineers are also expected to keep up with technological advances and regulatory changes through continuous learning. And I'm going to hand it over back to Melanie now, as she's going to discuss some of the future, where the future is going with technical careers, which is looking at energy.
Thank you, Chelsea. And I'm really glad that you brought this up. Again, I was saying earlier that I attended the FNMPC's event. It's their 7th event that they're having, and they deal with major projects across the country. And they just released a report yesterday on what an Indigenous-led electrification plan will look like across the country. So looking at the future of technical careers in energy, that's one of the other hats I wear. I'm the vice chair of the Canada Energy Regulator. It used to be called the National Energy Board of Canada, but new legislation was passed in 2019, and they created a brand new board of directors with governance reforms. So I had the honor of being appointed at that time by the Governor General of Canada to that position. So I've been wearing that hat and learning a lot in the energy field for the last 5 years, and let me tell you, it's quite the learning curve. So some of these careers in energy, you're going to see as Canada electrifies and reaches that goal of net zero 2050, there's going to be careers going through your traditional territories for environmental monitoring, also erecting power lines. There's going to be also positions in like executive offices. There might be other opportunities also with the proponents developing the energy projects. So you're going to see a lot of different opportunities come up that are available. So if you have you yourself, or if you have young ones at home that might be interested in these type of technical careers, so that's going to be the next 30 to till the end of whenever electrification goes and they invent some new type of energy, that's going to be the way to go, and it's going to be a very prosperous career for you. So I want you now to pick any of the careers we just mentioned above and imagine the transformative power of having more Indigenous voices at the table, bringing forth diverse perspectives and innovative solutions to address the unique challenges faced by First Nations communities. Some of you might be thinking, there's no way I could do something like this. I'm too old, I'm too young, I'm too inexperienced, I'm too so on and so on. And I get it, I have those same thoughts. I thought the same thing in my career path. I never thought that I would be leading a technical services corporation with zero technical experience, but here I am. I'm doing it, I've been at it 6 years. But you can do anything you put your mind to. Know that nothing is stopping you, and it's never too late to change. If you have a dream, again, you can achieve it. So I'm going to move on to confronting challenges and how you confront those challenges head on. So these pathways don't pose their own unique set of challenges, however, they can be conquered. Despite the strides that OFN-TSC has made over the last 29 years, yeah, I said it, we've been around 29 years. They became incorporated when I was still in high school. First Nations communities in Canada continue to grapple with the systemic challenges that hinder their development, and we're very all aware of those systemic challenges. They talk about closing that infrastructure gap. You hear those key words. They pose a significant barrier to progress, with many communities lacking essential services such as clean water, reliable electricity, and adequate transportation networks. According to a report by ISC, Indigenous Services Canada as of 2020, over 50 Indigenous communities across Canada remain under long-term drinking water advisories, highlighting the persistent issue of water insecurity. Additionally, housing issues remain a pressing concern, with overcrowding, inadequate housing conditions prevalent in many of our First Nations communities. I wanted to highlight a little bit on when you do see a boil water advisory, and there might be 3 in one community. It might not just be that the intake or the water treatment plant doesn't have the capacity to filter that much water, but it could be community wells that source is also drawn from. So that's why you sometimes see multiple boil water advisories in a community. Some other things that have a simple fix for boil water advisories, some of these communities don't have generators. And so we have to advocate for generator systems. So say as soon as the hydro goes off, and we all experience this living in northern communities, as soon as the hydro goes off, it's put on a boil water advisory, because then the plant goes down and technically it has to be on a boil water advisory. So those are some of the challenges, and as an organization we do go in and try to advocate to get the funding so that they can put in a proper power source. So moving on, I'm going to go into a little bit of the statistics from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. They indicate that as of 2018, over 20% of Indigenous people living on reserves were in need of housing repairs. Furthermore, access to materials for construction, infrastructure development, it's often limited, and it's exacerbating the challenges faced by communities. These infrastructure gaps, housing issues, material shortages not only impact the quality of life, but also hinder economic opportunities and community efforts. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from government agencies, private sector partners, and Indigenous communities to ensure equitable access to essential services and resources for all. So I just want to explore that last point a little bit more. In the face of adversity, the need for technically qualified human resources becomes more apparent. The crux of many issues in communities that we are facing is the need to consistently outsource technical services to off-reserve third-party companies or organizations, and that's where you get into economic leakages. The solution that naturally follows is therefore the increase to the number of community members with these specializations so that our communities can fully become technically self-reliant and sustainable. Statistics Canada also reports that the Indigenous population is slightly younger, and I know that we're all aware of that, with a median age of between 32 compared to 40 with the regular Canadian population. This youth demographic presents a tremendous opportunity for growth and innovation. By investing education and training programs that equip First Nations youth with technical skills, we can harness this demographic dividend to drive sustainable development and economic empowerment. So this ripple effect of empowering First Nations women, such as yourselves, with the tools and knowledge to pursue careers in technical fields, not only creates pathways to economic success and independence, but prosperity for individuals. But it would also catalyze positive change within communities, unlocking your full potential. So I just want to show you an example of an Indigenous woman and a close friend of mine who's thriving in the world of technical services. So this is my friend, Victoria Labilawa. She's Mi'kmaq, and she just actually won an Inspire Award last week for entrepreneurship. But she runs her own excavation contracting company. She's kind of petite, but to see her and when you hear her voice, you say, yeah, I can hear her out in the work field, telling those guys what to do. She's very vocal, so it's really nice to see that passion, you know, and that drive for positive change. But she does have a background in civil engineering and a passion for community development. She's played a pivotal role in delivering essential services such as road construction, water infrastructure development, housing projects, and empowering Indigenous communities to thrive and prosper. Her dedication to quality, sustainability, and community engagement serves as a shining example of how technically qualified individuals can make a tangible difference in the lives of others. Victoria, this summer, I believe she's doing a keynote at our Tech Nations conference in August at Casino Rama. And yeah, I hope that you're able to attend and come and meet Victoria for yourself. You bet.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys can hear the picture, right? Yeah. Yeah, so as Melanie was saying, together we can draw insights from our collective experience and journey. Showing Victoria here, I'm not sure if some of you recognized Amy Waboose or Heidi Manitowabi from some of the other photos, but I think it's really important to take a look at some of these role models and some of these women trailblazers who are leading the way in these areas. Because, you know, growing up in a First Nations community, we witnessed and experienced firsthand things that shape our journey. So from a very young age, you know, there was an expectation put on me that I wouldn't go to post-secondary, or I wasn't capable of graduating from high school. I heard this from teachers, guidance counselors, and administrators at the various high schools and schools that I toured when looking into high school and even universities. So it's just important to see those challenges and to be able to overcome them. Despite the obstacles, pursue your passion and find a sense of purpose in advocating for yourself and for your fellow community members. And I would like to, at this point, invite just a small conversation at your tables or with somebody next to you. Just talk about some of the obstacles you've overcome to get to where you are, even in this room today. So we're going to give you guys 1 or 2 minutes just to kind of talk amongst yourselves. Bernadette, sorry, you're all by yourself today. And yeah, we'll be back in about 1 minute.
My mom and grandmother.
Oh, yeah. But I married into Wiki 40 years ago. So, yeah.
Where did you marry in from?
Give your information to them. I will send it to the right people.
Okay. All right.
To help them.
Hello. Welcome back. I hope you learned something either about yourself or about another person sitting at your table that you can take home with you after this event. The next thing I'd like to talk about is strategies for overcoming adversity. Armed with knowledge and experience, we can devise effective strategies to overcome this. First and foremost, I would like to stress the point that you do not have to do this alone. You can always reach out for support, whether that's in your community, your family, through a mentor, through an educational institution, or if you have some type of Indigenous student support counselor or a community organization. More specifically, I'm going to explore strategies that you can use to overcome both systemic and personal barriers. Investing in your education and skills development not only empowers you as an individual, but also fosters a culture of inclusivity and innovation in your community. Here are just a few things you can do to enhance your education and training. Access to your education, of course, apply to scholarships and funding opportunities specifically geared for Indigenous women in technical studies such as engineering, environmental science, water operation, water science. For more information, you can visit our website at ofntsc.org because we do offer a number of scholarships. Also, you can look at tailored programs, participate in educational programs that are culturally relevant and supportive of Indigenous learners, where they incorporate traditional knowledge with Western education. And I believe that self-empowerment, you look through our Indigenous educational institutions, we have a consortium of them here in the province of Ontario. They offer a lot of supports for that type of knowledge. Also, certification and training. We offer accessible certification courses and technical training workshops in communities, reducing the need for travel and relocation. For example, I believe, I don't know if it's full yet, but we're doing one at Kenjagewin Tech in Chiging the second week of April on source water protection. And we have some of the leading ladies in water, a few PhDs, I believe they're from Birch Island, and I can't remember the other, I signed the contracts, but I'm trying to remember. There's so many in a day. But we offer those types of training, and we're doing a specific training on source water protection because, as traditionally women, that's our role. Also, when it comes to mentorship and networking, seek out mentorship programs or seek out a mentor. I think the way that you're most successful in your career, and I can speak for myself, coming from what Chelsea had said, my high school counselors telling me that I wouldn't be an academic or I wouldn't go into academia. I thought I was behind. I finished my first university degree when I was 23 with my son in tote with me to school and to daycare. And they told me I wouldn't be successful. I would be a statistic. And there you go today. I just stayed in school, and One of my mentors, who is still one of my mentors, was Dawn Madabi. She was my professional mentor, and I got to spend the last couple of days with her downtown. But she really helped me guide my career in the areas I should go in. Another one of my mentors through my educational journey, because I had two, was Linda Stotts, and she developed the Six Nations Polytechnic Institute. She passed on February 27th, 2023, but she was very integral in telling me, no, you're taking this, and this is what you need to do. And once you're done in undergrad, do a second undergrad. Okay, now you need to go do a master's in business, and this is where you need to go. And reminded me, only 5% of the world's population can achieve an MBA because it's a hard degree. You can do this. So, getting that extra push, find a mentor. They're going to help you. They'll be there, phone call. And with the technological advances today, everybody's texting. You can have a mentor by text. It's great. Also, join some professional networks. So I am a member of, I haven't had time this past year, but I was a member of Rotary International, so I did a lot of giving back and volunteer work in the various cities where I was working. But also, I'm a member of the Institute of Corporate Directors, where I'm a professional board director. So I get that type of professional development that I need to help advance myself, and when I'm sitting at those corporate boardroom tables, so that I have the knowledge to make decisions and ask the right and the hard and difficult questions. Also, role models. I don't see enough people putting forth their role models from their communities. And it doesn't necessarily have to be with somebody with educational achievements. It could be somebody who just finished, a 3-month program going to get clean, and how you honor them. One of the chiefs that I work with, she's from Abitibi and Anishinaabe, Chief June Black. She's invited me up to several of her community events. So every 3 months, who's ever gone to treatment and comes back, she has like a community celebration for them. And she said, even if they start using again, she goes, you have to keep celebrating those successes, because one of these times they're going to succeed. She said, and those are our leaders of tomorrow. We have to celebrate them. Also with that, we have to do collaboration and cultural support through community engagement, cultural integration, and also having support circles. Next, we have economic empowerment. So resources and training opportunities, they do exist for Indigenous women who are looking either to start their own business in a technical field, including access to microloans. I mentioned Dawn Madabi. They do have an Indigenous Women's Business Fund at Wabatek Business Development Corporation. You can access a microloan for $20,000, and you don't even need to go to the board with that. They can make that approval internally. Also, there's federal and provincial support through Indigenous Services Canada, various programs in education, training for Indigenous people, and again, the Aboriginal entrepreneurship programs. So some of the provincial initiatives that are out there, the Ontario Indigenous Economic Development Fund, they offer grants to finance businesses. Again, we did mention the educational scholarships and bursaries. So we do have Inspire, and they have a list of different types of scholarships that you can apply for if you're interested in promoting and reaching a higher level of education in the fields in the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So we do have INSERC also, the Indigenous Student Ambassadors, aimed at Indigenous students in the natural sciences and engineering who are interested in research and development careers. We also have private sector and non-profit grants. So there's the Canadian Women's Foundation. They support programs that help women and girls in Canada, including Indigenous women, to move out of violence, out of poverty, and into confidence and leadership. There also is ECO, Canada's Indigenous Internship Program. I know as an organization, we have accessed that to hire Indigenous youth interns. They offer opportunities with environmental roles for organizations in technical fields and environmental engineering. Also, the microfinance institutions, we have NACA, the National Aboriginal Capital Corporation Association. Glad we're listening. I just ran into Shannon yesterday, Shannon Matatawaban, and he's the CEO of NACA. But they offer a variety of business financing options, including loans and grants through the Aboriginal financial institutions, AFIs across Canada. So that would be, for example, he provides funding to Wabatek, who Dawn, she's the general manager there. There's also the First Nations Bank of Canada. They were also at that event on a panel. They focus on providing financial services to the Indigenous market in Canada. But there's lastly some women-specific funding opportunities. The Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy, WS Ecosystem Fund, the Canadian government strategy to increase women entrepreneurs' access to financing, talent, networks, and expertise, including those in the technical sectors. These programs are crucial in supporting the growth and development of Indigenous women in technical careers and across Canada. They provide not only financial backing, but also a pathway to gaining the necessary skills, mentorship, and business acumen required to succeed. Engaging with local and national Indigenous organizations can also offer tailored advice and networking opportunities. It is also important to remember that we must keep in mind support for traditional pathways as well. Recognition of traditional skills, recognize and credentialize traditional skills and knowledge that Indigenous women may bring into technical fields, such as technical, ecological knowledge. Alternative education pathways. Support alternative pathways to technical careers that do not necessarily follow conventional educational routes, like apprenticeships and on-the-job training. Implementing these strategies require collective efforts among community leaders, educational institutions, corporations, and government bodies. By addressing both the individual and systemic levels, these approaches can help mitigate the challenges faced by Indigenous women and empower them to succeed. So remember, in conclusion, that every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. As we look to the future, let us be guided by hope and resilience. Let us continue to champion diversity, equity, and inclusion in technical fields, knowing that our collective efforts today will pave a way for a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can break down barriers, unleash potential, and build a world where every First Nations woman has the opportunity to thrive. So as we leave you here today, we would like to once again ask that, what is your dream for yourself, for your family, and for your community? Miigwech.
Good morning. I think I will go ahead and start so as to save everyone time before this PowerPoint comes up. My name is Lorraine Pitawanakwit, and I am a proud Wikwemikong band member, and I have been privileged to be tutored by Roxanne Mantuabi for the past 2 years at ONECA, the Ontario Native Education Counseling Association, in a position which is a partnership with Careers Now. But before I start again, I just wanted to acknowledge the traditional territory that I'm on, and I thank you for the invitation. Miigwech. And therefore, Careers Now is the branch of Food and Beverage Ontario, which is, as you can see, the industry, the second largest manufacturing industry in Ontario. And we feed the world. The food from Ontario and the rest of Canada is feeding the world through our manufacturers of food and beverages. So we're not really talking here about the restaurant business or catering, but rather the actual companies that process and manufacture raw foods from farm to table. As you can see, part of my support is to help grow this workforce for Ontario. And Indigenous people are probably, like most Canadians that I've talked to, unaware of this industry. I didn't know anything about it until I started the job. And as a teacher, my background is in education. For over 25 years, I've taught mostly First Nation students, but I've also taught in the public school system. And I noticed that we, you know, throughout all those years, I've never heard of this industry, and I've never really heard career counselors promoting working, because it sort of has this connotation of working in a factory, but now that I have learned about it, it's so much more. As you can see in this picture, we have, I have an Indigenous entrepreneur who I'll talk about a little bit more, and she is one of the many women that I have met and I am promoting in the food industry. Her name is Chef Tammy Mackey. She has a business called Raven Rising Global Indigenous Chocolates. She ships all over the world, and her chocolates are a work of art. And she's highly sought after and has won many awards, and you'll see her all over in ads. And if you start Googling the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business, she is supported by them, among others. So these are the kind of people I'm starting to meet and promote. And currently, we, getting a little off topic, but we have a big a media campaign running, and I was looking for people to support, to put on ads in Southern Ontario and in Northern Ontario. So her poster, she is on a poster that's in the subway system, the GO trains, and the buses in Northern Ontario, even in Thunder Bay. So I'm really willing, if you know of any business people, male or female, that are Indigenous, that are in the food or beverage manufacturing industry, let me know, because we would love to support them and work with them more one-on-one. But as you can see, currently we have about 25,000 jobs available in this industry, and that's the number that we're looking at for up to 2025. And you can see there are about 11 subsectors, including meat and poultry, bakeries, fruit and vegetable, obviously there's a big list, dairy, animal food, and even cannabis at the end there. I believe tobacco is in there as well, although it's anything that's manufactured from a food or a plant. So basically, we have the majority of these manufacturers are in Central Ontario, and many of them, the majority, are about under 100 employees each. But some of the larger ones you'll be familiar with, like Maple Lodge, Maple Leaf, and so those are the bigger companies. And but I want to show you some of the smaller ones eventually. Now, this is not obviously an Indigenous person, but Careers Now has provided me with some of their information to show, a little bit about a lot of the manufacturers are attracting a lot of new Canadians into the business, but we want First Nation people more involved and aware of the fantastic careers that are available to them, and the variety of jobs. And so what I'm going to talk a little bit more about is the fact that we have a lot of services to support all people, but I'm going to focus on Indigenous people here. So we have job ready skills training, and that includes 15 micro-credentials, which I'll talk about in a minute. So basically everything is online on our website. It's called careersnow.ca, and you can find me and pick up a brochure at, I have a table in the corner over here, an exhibitor booth, and we have online mentorship, so folks can go online and find me and book an appointment online. And it's a direct link, and it goes right into my calendar, and I spend time with people. And we have a job seeker section in the website for folks who are actually looking for jobs. On any given day, we have about 600 jobs online. And we have, we're always looking for new talent, and we're looking to advertise, and we have online job fairs. So there's an opportunity for people who are, so I've been explaining this to people in more northern communities, and they really like that idea of a virtual job fair, just to check it out and see what's available and find out, what's going on, and you don't have to travel from your home. And so basically, I'm here to share that there are wonderful opportunities, and also the idea that our organizations can partner with these type of organizations, which are becoming global. So we've started with an Ontario focus. I've been asked to just focus on Ontario this year and the last year, and now we've done so well that they want us across Canada. So I will be looking for food and beverage businesses that are Indigenous to support. Pardon me. So basically, that was, my little message about partnering. So we've been focusing on videos, blogs, and social media to advertise. And also, because ONICA is an education organization with a membership of over 500, primarily educators and counselors, they have access to all of this information, and I'm hoping that the students can, access this information, because we all play a role in sharing information, and that's what this meeting is all about, information sharing, and I'm getting a lot of great information myself, which I plan to follow up on. And because I have kept some connections with some communities in Northern Ontario, I've worked in Mish for a couple of years, and I've worked in Kingfisher Lake for 2 years, and I've worked in Saskatchewan. So a lot of these messages that these ladies have shared are going to be taken up north. I'm going to be making sure that people in each of those communities receive information, because these are communities that run on generators, and so they need all of this kind of information, and they have water issues as well. So I think that, with the youth, I talk to them about securing a future, and I always promote following your heart. Find out what you love, what are you passionate about, and follow up with that. And maybe one of those areas will, take you into this industry, because it's got a very wide range of jobs. I'm not going to explain all of the jobs. I'm just giving you a big overview of what is on our website. So we have all these types of production jobs. As you can see, there's all types of production managers, millwright, mechanics, cheese maker, baker. So there's wine maker, brew masters, butchers, sanitation worker, machine operators, all sorts. Food and safety is another large area. So when I meet students at career fairs and they're looking, I tell them, pick up information from every university and college, start reading through what interests you, and follow up on that. And also check out our website. We have descriptions of all of these different careers that are really interesting. And, for example, so I'm just going to flip through these. A lot of different careers. Human resources, there's a lot of business opportunities for people with IT, managerial experience or interest in finances, customer service, all sorts of sales, marketing, research. Students that think, I've met a student on my travels who said, I'm not good at anything, maybe I can do art. And I said, well, maybe you should consider graphic arts. And a lot of these large companies, you'd be surprised if you go on their websites and find that they need a graphic artist. And somebody had to make these beautiful pictures and, these brochures, and those are people with an art gift. So I always tell them, find your gift and follow it. So again, this is just a review. We have a lot of online resources under Job Ready Skills Training. Those are the courses that you can take. So we have these online micro-credentials. There are 15 of them. And people can take them in any order if they're interested. They take 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours each to do. They're really ideal for high school students. Introduction to Emotional Intelligence, Workplace Essentials, working with food safety and culture in you. So these are the courses that if a student did, or any job seeker did all 15, they would receive a certificate of completion from the Ontario government. So the manufacturers created these courses. They were not created by academics who really have no experience in the workforce. These are skills that, and information that the actual manufacturers want people to know when they come in the door. And it's also really good for even students that aren't looking for a career in necessarily food or beverage. They can build up their resume and they can learn about all of these different areas and just, raise their awareness about the workplace. This would even be good for college students who are in this area, in this field. So we have mentorship sessions online, and as you can see on the lower left, we interviewed Paul Owl. He's an up-and-coming entrepreneur from Cutler, Serpent River, and he created a beverage called Tree Teas. It's a cedar-infused beverage. So he was very keen to speak on, not afraid, very good on camera. There's his product on the left. So we have blogs that we do. And career tips for First Nations from Denise Boyer. She was on there. And we have some of the companies listed there that are hiring. And a lot of them I've never heard of. I looked up Give and Go. It's a huge bakery out of Southern Ontario, and there's hundreds of jobs. So there's a lot of information. Once you go on the website, you will see all of these labels and brands, and you'll see them at the job fairs. They show up. So there is also, again, the online mentorship. And we are, they are also asking me to help them to teach and possibly do training on Indigenous reconciliation, so they want to learn and they want to do staff training, and so that's the next thing we're going to start, so I'm looking to lead on that, because they are government and they need to do their part, and they want to. So I'm working with a really great team of people. There's about 9 of us, and they have been supporting me, and they always tell me, whatever you need, Lorraine, we'll give it to you, we'll get it for you, we'll put you out there. So this is an example here of Minogan Greenhouse. I visited Minogan Hydroponic Greenhouse, and they are fairly new. They are a band initiative, and they received funding from some different sources. I have a lot of notes on my actual PowerPoint, which I didn't put on paper to talk about the details, but if you want to read the details about this particular business, it's all, you just have to Google the name. And I visited, and they have hydroponic greens that they grow, different types of lettuce and herbs, and now they're shipping them out to the grocery stores, and they have a label. So it's a very new business, and it's taken off. And they can go year-round, and it's very sustainable. And you don't see it. It's right beside the gas station at Jocko Point, if you know that area on the highway. It's on the left side. It looks like a couple of trailers, which is what it is, like those big long trailers. And you walk inside and you have to wear PPE gear. You can't bring any germs into the facility. So it's really interesting, and except for that picture, I was out of my gear and I was at the door where the refrigerator is. But yeah, they're now shipping out. So that's one business, and I just want to promote that with, I put this idea in, I give this idea all the time. Think about what you can do, not what you don't have. What can you do here? You have an old shipping container. You can start a greenhouse. Here's another one. I just grabbed this ad off of Facebook. It's the Island Butcher. He's a fairly new business in Wikwemikong. I'm very proud of Ben Knosaway, the owner. He has brought in a red sealed trained chef to train butchers on site. And so he's training local people. And the store is up and running, and they also bring in a lot of fresh fish that they harvest themselves in Wikwemikong. And so right now they're advertising for butchers. And Ben is also an entrepreneur. So I'm also seeing this. A lot of our entrepreneurs, men and women, they have more than one business. Some of them, once they get the hang of it, they'd say, hey, I can do this with my other seasonal business, or I can do this with, something else. And so they just, they learn and they just keep going. So Ben's first business was the Buzzwa Fisheries, where he has a fish hatchery and he sells fresh fish. So we have other folks doing wonderful products. We have, the picture is Wasaksing Maple Products. I do have Doganing liquid gold maple syrup from Wikwemikong, but I didn't take a picture of it for today. But I actually managed to get some this year. And you can see the third one is Zibakada Kon Maple Chippewas of Nawash. And so we have a lot of businesses and we just don't hear about them. We don't promote each other, and I try to. I would love to get some products and actually put them on my table when I travel around. Now this is also an Indigenous owned business. Manitoulin Island Brewing Company is Indigenous owned, and they are out of Little Current, and they have several craft beers. And this one is the one I'm going to finish up with, Shades of Grey, Indigenous Pet Treats, and Rabbit Tree Farm. She is an Indigenous owner. Her name is Carrie Gray, K-E-R-I, Gray, G-R-A-Y, and she chose that name years ago before the book. And I asked about that. And well, the reason for her rabbit business was they had a daughter with a lot of allergies, and she couldn't eat regular processed meat. So they had a farm, they had rabbits, and they decided to try rabbit meat, and it was organic, and that was the only protein meat that their daughter could ingest, in a healthy way. So they were ending up with extra meat, which it's federally inspected meat. Their farm they follow all the guidelines. Their meat is now in all the local restaurants and grocery stores in their area. They are she's originally attached to Alderville First Nation, but she is a woman who was raised in Manitoba. Long story, but she's an organic farmer of rabbits, and they have so much business now that they had to expand it to more land. So she has another facility now, and she has learned how to get large business loans, and she is sharing her information and even her business plan. She shares with people and helps other people get ahead with their business plans. And you can see below that picture is the product in the plastic is the dehydrated treats, and those are all foods like bison, elk. They're all natural meats that are very healthy for pets. So it's not chicken and beef. It's I think she even sells beaver meat, which is dehydrated. But the number one seller, I believe, is the rabbit food. So She's online. Her name's Carrie Gray, and it's Shades of Gray. And I think she was mentioning her business took off during COVID. The actual organic meat wasn't doing as well when COVID hit. So they started dehydrating all the meat and putting it in bags, and that's when the business took off. So they made, lemonade out of lemons. And that is my information. If you'd like to reach me, I'm at onika.com. It's L Pitawanakwit. Or if you go on the website at careersnow.ca, there's a link to make an appointment with me. And I'd like to just finish off with that. Miigwech. Thank you so much.
On that note, one thing you can consider if you're hosting events or doing things, I don't know the Sheraton specifically because I've never had an event here, but a lot of the Marriotts, if you are going to an event and you request Indigenous beverages, Indigenous snacks, anything like that, they will let you. Obviously, you have to be firm. But all of these hotels really want Indigenous businesses because, as we know, Indigenous people are having more and more events. We're contributing way more to the economy. So they want the business. So that's just something to consider, like buying Indigenous and putting your foot down. Like, no, I don't want your shitty Peller Estates. I want something that actually tastes good. So those are just some ideas. Also, like for non-alcoholic beverages, everything, like there's options out there and you can put your foot down. They want your $100,000 event. They want you to stay in their hotels. They want to have that business. So yeah, on that note, that's what I do when I hold receptions. I always say like, no, we're serving Indigenous wine, I don't care. And we're also allowed to bring in Indigenous cooks. So if they tell you they're not, that is a lie. They are allowed to, because I've brought in many Indigenous chefs to many Marriotts. Did you have a question? Go ahead. Yeah. Sure, go ahead. Nancy.
I'm sorry for holding it up. I hear a lot of talk about training from all of you that have talked. Thank you, by the way, for all the presentations. I've worked in many different Native organizations, but I've also worked in mainstream sectors and different capacities. So anyway, in relation to the Indigenous aspect of providing work, I especially heard on the land, when advocating for training and advocating for, I'm at the latter end of my workforce, of my work. And there's a lot of knowledge that is slowly leaving, our own traditional knowledge that is leaving. Even in my community, the people who carried that knowledge are leaving. And and a lot of them have gone. So, but we still have to retain that. We still have to retain that knowledge in terms of how our worldview as Indigenous people, as Anishinaabe people, as Anishinaabe. I'm an Anishinaabe from Northern Ontario. And when I grew up when there was still no cars, no power, no water. I grew up with my aunt. And when we grew up, and my first TV was, I think I saw my first TV when I was 13. And 13 or 14. But so TV was not a big relevance for me. So, But I retained that knowledge no matter where. I left my community when I was 20 for economic purposes and education. And the sacrifice, that is a sacrifice. Because you have to decide whether you're going to feed your kid or stay in poverty. So these days I hear a lot of training. Oh yeah, we're training for this. We have capacity building to do. So how is that training structured to ensure that our traditional worldview is still paramount when addressing the work that needs to be done out on the land? The mainstream worldview that I've been in contact with has been about ownership and acquisition of land. That's their economic view. And sometimes we take on that when we don't understand our obligations to the land. Our obligation with the land is that we are the caretakers of this land. So how is that worldview illustrated in the training that is done with our young people, our people, and other people that come to help us in our communities? That's my question. And I'm not being negative, I just have a question as to that. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, thank you for that question. I think it's a really great question, and I think many of us have to leave our communities because we have kids to feed, and we have to get jobs, and we have to provide homes and housing and all of that, and we all come from similar backgrounds. And our training with OFNTSC, so we're a not-for-profit, so whatever money, we have to hustle every day writing proposals to the federal government to bring in dollars. So one of the things that we're doing with Indigenous traditional knowledge is through our source water protection, and our entire environmental team, they're women. We have a couple of Indigenous women working for us, but we're going out there and we're bringing in other Indigenous women to teach and retain that Indigenous knowledge. The other two areas and aspects of training that we do have is with our fuel spill kit management. So it's not so much, this is more safety for a community to make sure there's no seepages into the source water. So that's very technical. And then with our water training, we provide, as Chelsea was mentioning, how to keep your water clean, and we train and make sure that all of the water operators have the continuing education units to keep them qualified to make sure that your community is healthy and you have safe drinking water. So we follow provincial standards, and Ontario provincial standards are the highest in the world. So we do not bring too much traditional knowledge into that because it's very scientific, because you're dealing with chemicals, you're dealing with water treatment plants, wastewater treatment plants. So that has a little bit difficulty into it, and a lot of our training, so we don't have to bring the trainers out of the community, we send the trainers into the community. So you don't necessarily get to see our trainers because they're in the water treatment plant with your water operator. So they're on the ground teaching how to use this equipment, teaching how to repair it, teaching how to treat the water, and making sure, that if they need the support for an overall responsible operator, we're there to provide that also, because a lot of times people don't have that level of certification, because water treatment operators, they go from a class 1 to a class 4. I believe it should be a red seal type of qualification, but it isn't, especially when you're providing the health for an entire community. So that's how we do it. And then internally as an organization, we provide, we do have a cultural and traditional pillar for our strategic plan. And twice a year we have staff retreats. Each staff retreat we have, because we do have Indigenous and non-Indigenous staff. 70% of our staff are Indigenous. Last year we went to Niagara Falls, and we learned all about where the Niagara Treaty was signed. We actually went to the site, went to the council house where it was communicated through several different languages. We also have monthly lunch and learns where we bring in traditional knowledge keepers. I believe last month we had Dr. Alan Corbier from Chiging First Nation. He teaches at Harvard now. He brought in a treaty teaching for us. We've also, I believe we have Dr. Pamela Toulouse coming and doing a talk next week, because it's not just We said, we just don't want to be an Indigenous organization or have a First Nations name. I said, but we also have to practice that and walk it. And because we're a provincial not-for-profit corporation that was created by the Chiefs in Assembly, by the Chiefs of Ontario, we also understood that we're just not Anishinaabe. We also have clientele that are Haudenosaunee, and we also have Cree clients, so an OG Cree. So when we put together our values for the organization, they're not just the 7 grandfather teachings. We also included some of the knowledge, from the Haudenosaunee teachings, so and some of the Cree values. So it was very difficult coming back with what would that look like. But we're trying to be inclusive. And first and foremost, our staff are the boots on the ground. They're the front runners. They're going to the communities on a weekly basis, flying in. They're basically there in the community more than they're at home with their family, because they're there 5 days a week. So we have to make sure our team, they're educated. They know about the communities that they're going into. They know who the chief and councils are. They know what their history is, what treaty area they're a part of. So I believe going back, and I always tell people this, it's not just a responsibility of an organization, it's also an individual's responsibility. If you want to learn and keep that knowledge, it's also up to you. Take the time. Take the time to learn. Take the time to sit with an elder. If you need to go on a fast in the spring or the fall, take 3 days. Go out into the bush with your elder. That's 3 days. But it's also up to you as an individual, because we're all knowledge keepers. But it depends on how much knowledge you're keeping and how much effort you put into it. That's what you'll get out of it. Miigwech.
Thank you for that, ladies. Again, thank you for the question. I love that. And your answer was on point. I swear to God, you guys premeditated that.
Testing?
Yeah.
So I'd like to say that I am on the very edge, the cusp of working with Food and Beverage Ontario, with the top echelon of the organization all the way down, and they are looking for all of these type of ideas that she just mentioned. They are open to it. So what I could do easily now is just get a list from Melanie and start bringing in similar people to inform and to do like these. We could do it by online, because a lot of us are spread out all over Ontario, but they were just recently asking me for ways to learn about Indigenous, to be more inclusive in this whole very commercial, aggressive, Western thinking type of industry. But they are open to that, so now I can easily get a list of resource people and connect them together. And they would be getting similar training, which is great. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you, guys. Okay, so we do not have a break right now, so don't get too excited. Our break is not until 10:45, but my dear friend, Sarah Wolf, is going to come up here now and speak on economic growth and the well-being of First Nations women, research case studies. There's no stairs here, so I don't know if you're going to do a cartwheel up or... No, you're just going to go? We're committed. And we did not coordinate outfits, although it looks like it. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Called them old lady noises when we grant like that.
Do you want a wireless? Or...
I would love a wireless, yeah. Can I use
yeah, let me just... Some of the batteries look terrible.
This one's on. This one's on. And if I stop being loud, then just tell me and I'll get another mic. All right, so good morning, everyone. I'm going to try and stay to the 10:45 because I recognize that I am between you and your snacks. Yes, I would love some water. Thanks, Nancy. But I want to get us started by first, if you are able, I want you to stand up. Because you're not getting a break and I want to wake everyone up. All right. Take it out. Take it out. Plant your 2 feet. Plant your 2 feet firmly on the ground. Hands on your hips. Puff your chest. I'm going to stand here for what's going to feel like an uncomfortable amount of time. Has anyone seen that TED Talk or heard about that TED Talk where if you stand in a superhero pose for 2 minutes before you have to do something, it increases your confidence? I'm nervous to talk in front of you all. All right, you can sit down. It's a little trick to, if you have to present something, is you can do that, go stand in the back of the room and do your superhero pose for 2 minutes before you present to boost your confidence. So I'm Sarah Wolf. I live here in Toronto. I have been here for about 22 years. I'm from Northern Ontario. I grew up mostly in around Massey, but I've also lived in Espanola, Sudbury, Cartier, Kogama, Timmins. I'm from Brunswick House First Nation, which is in Anishinaabe territory up in Northern Ontario, just outside of Chapleau. And I have 2 daughters who will identify as Torontonians. But I, even though I've been in Toronto longer than anywhere else in my life, will never be a Torontonian. I'll always be a Northern girl. I have a bunch of degrees, so this looks really pretentious, but it's also, I was told by someone once that I need to display them because we should be proud of our accomplishments. And so I have an RN, which is my nursing. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a registered midwife. I have an MBA from the Rotman School of Management in the University of Toronto. And the ICD is the Institute of Corporate Directors Designation, which means I took a course to be a corporate director. I've done a lot of not-for-profit corporate governance work. I haven't been on a paid board yet, so if you know any paid boards, call me, I'm ready. So I am in the Marvel database, which is, why I did our superhero pose. But we're all superheroes, right? Every one of us in our communities, in our families. Our matriarchs are the nation builders and the superheroes of our communities. And so I made a journey from health as a healthcare provider, working mostly in urban settings like Ottawa, London, UK. I lived in the UK for 3 years and I did my midwifery studies there, and Toronto. But I've also worked up in the north. I worked in Saskatchewan. I worked in Peawanuck or Winisk, and I worked in the Sioux Lookout Zone all across a bunch of the communities doing outpost nursing up there. And so I've seen a lot of the communities in Ontario. And what that gave me was a really broad network and a really broad perspective on not just the health status of our communities, but all of the intersectional challenges that we have within our communities, and I want to say especially, the amazingness of our communities, the beauty in our communities. And working in health clinics, it was hard to not get bogged down and to see how the other nurses, especially the non-Indigenous nurses who didn't go out into the community, could only see the problems coming into the health clinic. But when you go out into the community and you see families celebrating, and you go out on the land and you see the beauty of it, and you go into the schools and you see the children laughing and playing, and you see like all of the amazingness of our communities, you can see how we are superheroes. And that gave me an ability to come back into a major urban setting and to start looking at how could I be a leader within the community. And sometimes it was accidental. Sarah, can you go beyond that circle, right? You're the only Native we know, so you go. But it gave me exposure to a lot of things, and I actually started to step into those roles increasingly. I started the first urban Indigenous midwifery practice. Of course, there was the Six Nations midwives who had been working already for quite a long time before I started, but the first urban Indigenous midwifery practice, 7th-generation midwives. And so I am a serial entrepreneur. That was the first business I started, but I started several since then. And then we worked on a birth center. So we built this amazing healthcare facility that uses an Indigenous leadership and governance model. It's the only one that's a mainstream healthcare center that uses our ways for everyone. And I loved it. Not just the fact that babies were being born there. I mean, that's super cool, but the management, the administration, like the hustle of telling architects and project managers and construction workers what to do, and managing the big kind of budgets, and doing all of the lobbying and advocacy and relationship working and building with different stakeholders and partners and community organizations and governments. And so that's why I went and did an MBA. And then I thought I would bring that back to midwifery. And I was doing a lot of work with really complex families who had a lot of challenges with child protection involvement, food security, housing security, safety issues and challenges. And because I had done this MBA, and you start seeing all of the different parts and how they fit together, I started to see how poverty was the driver of a lot of those challenges. And that's when I made the decision to leave clinical practice and to work in impact investing. And so I ran a fund investing in Indigenous women entrepreneurs who are innovators for 4 years. I built a national program. And I started to recognize that this is so needed. We need more investment in Indigenous women entrepreneurs, Indigenous gender diverse folks who want to be innovators and entrepreneurs who are superheroes in their communities and just need that bit of investment. But running a national program within an international development agency, I found really hard, because what we were trying to achieve was to bring brown bodies into white spaces. And I said, I can't participate and be complacent in assimilation practices anymore. And so now I work at the intersection of innovation and social change and governance, because if we can get into the people that are making decisions, then we can start infiltrating how we're doing things. So this talk, I'm going to try and hustle it up a little bit, but I didn't want to bore the crap out of you too much, because I'm talking about research, and research is so important. I've been a community researcher for a long time, but I wanted to just distill some of the information in a way that would make it tangible and interesting. Hopefully it will affirm some of the experiences that you have had. How many in the room are entrepreneurs or have started a business? Not quite half. How many have a plan to start a business sometime in the next 5 years? Okay, good. Okay, good. So these are giving you a bit of a heads up on some of the challenges, but also maybe some of the language that you might need for how we're, how to hustle it and to just kind of shift those narratives, right? To reformat or reframe some of the experiences that we have, some of the challenges to opportunities. Look at the areas that we're not tapping into, and then to give language to that Indigenous matriarch entrepreneur value proposition, the IAMEVP. So when I was doing social finance, these were the top 5 things that I saw as challenges for our Indigenous women and gender diverse entrepreneurs. And these are kind of no-brainers, right? Access to money. We used to call it access to capital, but all of these things are capital, right? So access to money. We need more access to money, period. We are underfunded at every level and in every way. Capacity building. I put an asterisk beside that, because if I have to hear one more time how our Indigenous communities, and especially our Indigenous women and gender diverse folks, don't have the capacity to do something, I'm going to kick someone. And I'm like, well, maybe what you need to do is understand what skills they do have and meet them where they're at, and build your capacity to be able to work with our communities in a way that makes sense to us. And so capacity building needs to be on the reverse end of things. But that being said, you know, it would be great if we're also all building our own capacities as well. And being an entrepreneur, you learn mad skills, right? Social capital. So our biggest asset as Indigenous peoples is our moccasin telegraph. right? Our networks are super strong. We are well connected. Look at Idle No More, just as like a base level, right? That took off because we have mad networks, and it became a national phenomenon that went around the world because of our networks. Not just our social media game, but our networking is really strong. But we're very insular. Our networks are largely within our communities, and there's some opportunities maybe to bridge those networks outside of our communities. Everyone wants to know the bean counts of how many pamphlets or brochures you made and how many partnerships you had, and they're meaningless kind of statistics and information. What's the actual real impact that we're trying to have in our community? And I think we need to talk about impact, and we need support to be able to talk about those stories of impact within our communities in more meaningful ways. And then again, creating or getting access to culturally relevant supports, right? So we know we need more access to capital, capacity building, networking, support with driving that interest, that impact measurement kind of work, but we need them to do it in a way that resonates with our worldview and our ways of knowing and doing. So there was some research. So my job right now, I'm an independent consultant. I'm starting another new business. But one of the appointments I have is at my alma mater, the Rotman School of Management. And at Rotman, they have something called the GATE Institute, Gender and the Economy, GATE Institute. And it's an unpaid position. It sounds fancy, but I don't get paid to do it. But nonetheless, it's kind of cool. They give me access to the building, and they give me keys to the building, and they gave me an office to work in. And Nancy, my friend Nancy, who I've known for a really long time now, 20 years now, Nancy asked GATE if they could do a presentation on the research around women and entrepreneurship. And of course, they reached out to me and said, hey, Sarah, do you want to do this? And I said, oh, it's for Nancy. I'll do anything for Nancy because I love Nancy. So here's some of the basic research around women and entrepreneurship. So at the GATE Institute, this is what they do. They do research on how gender influences or impacts, or what are the gender-based impacts on the economy. And for entrepreneurship specifically, the focus is mainly on women. They don't have a lot of data on gender diverse folks, trans, non-binary folks, and so that is a gap that they've acknowledged, and I'm acknowledging here that I'm going to use the gender binary a lot, but it's not my intention to be non-inclusive. It's because this is what the research is on. Impacts include the impacts on motherhood on entrepreneurship, and it's super interesting to me because in mainstream, becoming an entrepreneur, for women to become an entrepreneur, it was a plan B, more likely to be a plan B, not something that they aspired to. That was their primal goal, was to be an entrepreneur. It was actually because they were having challenges within industry, in their career. They're being held back because they were taking parental leaves and then not getting as far advanced in their career, or the family-based policies in those workplaces were not friendly. They couldn't get the time off if their children were sick, or they wouldn't get paid enough, those kinds of things. And so that's actually what prompted people to go into entrepreneurship. The other one is having more flexibility, right? So being able to do the class trips, to do the bake sales, to participate within your kids, and to have more flexibility around part-time work and managing those kinds of pieces. It had an influence, though, on those entrepreneurs, where those businesses that they started tended to not have the same kind of growth trajectory that male-founded businesses had. And then access to birth control was an interesting one to me. So in places where you have better access, you have better outcomes, right? So if you have access to sexual and reproductive health services, birth control basically, and other sexual and reproductive health services, you are more likely to go into entrepreneurship and be successful in entrepreneurship, and your businesses are more likely to thrive. Whereas if you don't have access, then it has a big negative impact on your businesses, and you're more likely to go claim bankruptcy. Bias, you probably heard a million times that there's a gender bias in terms of access to capital, right? Pitch interviews. So if you go and you pitch to someone your new business, they tend to ask men founders who are pitching like promotion questions, like what's your growth plan? And they tend to ask women prevention problems like, how are you going to manage this risk? And that informs how they decide, right? Because they give this negative perception that they've influenced how you're questioning. So this was the pro tip that they gave was, well, if they ask you a prevention type question, you need to flip it and be prepared to flip it to a promotion type opportunity response. If you have a product and they need to test it before they invest in it, they'll send it to a testing facility. Largely it is men that test these things, and they have a bias in terms of the kinds of things that they're testing. One, because it might not be directed at them, right? We might be building things that are for women, but also they have another bias, and that will influence the scoring that they make. Banks, they see women as more risky and autonomous, less autonomous, meaning bankers have a bias to thinking that women aren't the decision makers around the finances in the household, and so they're less likely to give them a loan without their male counterparts. Venture capital money. Here's an interesting one. Only 2% of all venture capital money, so investment in new businesses from the private sector, goes to women-founded businesses. 2%, and that's for all women. And it went up to 4% before COVID. And then during COVID, it went back to 2%, right? And so for racialized women, Black women, queer women, disabled women, Indigenous women, it's a fraction of that 2%, because now you're dealing with the gender bias and you're dealing with the racialized bias. Who knows what angel investors are, right? Someone who's got a bunch of money, they're like, oh, I'm going to invest in some cool shit. And so they'll look for things that they can invest in. It's kind of like just a little bit different than friends and family money. It's maybe someone you meet through your network. They're 9% less likely to invest in women. And then a lot of times the finance alternatives that they're looking at for women are microfinance. This made it, microfinance became big in low and middle income countries, right? Giving microloans to women as a gender-based, how do we make more women have businesses and support them? So one, I think it's an insult to think that our women in Canada need microfinance. You would never hear about a microfinance program for men. But the second one is that sometimes it actually can create more problems than it is trying to solve. And then where women get their money from tends to be from our credit cards, right? And from our personal savings, where men, and this is both Indigenous men and just men generally in the mainstream, they tend to get their money from bank loans, from lines of credit, and from other kinds of investment. And then the reliance on informal networks includes things like love money. I thought that was actually a funny term, love money, but it's friends and family money. So basically borrowing money from your friends and family. Some of the other insights, racialized women tend to use more patchwork funding, right? So if you are someone who is Black, Indigenous, or a person of color, you are more likely to get underfunded by each of the different places that you are getting funding from, and so you're just patching together a whole bunch of things. And I call that sludge, because what happens is you now have not just one person that you're reporting to and accountable to and paying back, and that one relationship that you're managing and all of the administration that goes with it, but now you have multiple things that you're trying to manage, and it's taking away from you just being able to run your business. And then, of course, there's that added intersectional bias and discrimination of being racialized and being a woman. And then this is all compounded by we don't have enough women, or we don't have the same number of women in the financial sector, right? So having more women in banking and investment in finance. A lot of time the businesses are just like a sidepreneurship, right? So it's we have our job and then we have our side hustle. And then the persistent gender gaps were really around looking at things like the economy And so when we have big downturns in the economy, like during COVID, and we have a recession, women are disproportionately impacted across the board. For Indigenous entrepreneurs, just generally, racism is a big factor, right? So we have bias, discrimination, racism, flat out oppression. When Indigenous people who want to run a business go looking for access to capital and supports, they're considered to be more risky businesses for lots of different reasons. And the access to collateral, right? So one of the ways you get a bank loan is if you have something that they can underwrite it with, like a house, right? Or other assets. But if we don't have those assets because of our exclusion from the economy for so many generations, then we can't get access to the bank loans. And so we need different ways of looking at those things. We heard a lot in the previous talk about some of the infrastructure challenges in our communities. I'm not going to rehash them, but we have definite infrastructure challenges, including a larger digital divide, the need for more culturally contextualized services. Of course, there's a priority in our communities to really ensure that we have stronger, more intentional environmental stewardship practices. And so that question around how are we integrating our cultural knowledge and our cultural ways and our relationships with the land in our businesses, also into our training and into all of those different opportunities, because that is a priority. And for Indigenous businesses, it does tend to be something that a lot of investors who are mainstream don't tend to understand, is that importance of making sure that we're having strong sustainability practices. The top reason for both men and women who are Indigenous to go into business was they have a passion for whatever it is that they're doing and to have more freedom and flexibility in their lives. And for Indigenous women, I thought these ones were funny. So women entrepreneurs, Indigenous women entrepreneurs who hire fewer employees, your businesses tend to be smaller, but you hire a higher percentage of Indigenous peoples into your business. So huge opportunity there. Only 41% of Indigenous businesses are led by Indigenous women. Y'all use social media way more than your Indigenous male counterparts. Are we surprised? It was actually like off the chart kind of higher, especially Facebook for some reason. But yeah, your social media game's good, girls. That we have that compounded intersectional Indigenous gender bias. So you have the gender bias, right? You're a woman, you're less likely to get funding or supports. You're Indigenous, you're less likely to get funded or supports. But as Indigenous women, we're also exoticized, right? The Pocahontas effect. And there's some very distinct challenges that we have from an intersectional lens as well. Our family and community responsibilities tend to be higher and heavier. We tend to be more single parents and have grandparents, elders, other community members that we're also responsible for and helping. I was chatting with a fantastic woman who's running a business up in Thunder Bay in the construction industry, and so having more women in non-traditional types of businesses is awesome, but it can be hard because in male-dominated industries, being a woman, you don't get taken seriously as often. And if you talk to, I think someone was mentioning Victoria Labilios, who runs the excavation company out in Mi'kmaq territory, she'll tell you the same thing. You just have to put your foot down, be firm, and puff out your chest and bring out your superhero. You tend to be smaller, more community-focused businesses, and you use your personal savings more than your male peers. So even Indigenous men tend to go to the bank more and be more successful in funding their businesses that way. None of the research that I read talked about safety, and I thought it was a huge gap. Because we know from the MMIWG inquiry that safety is a huge issue, and I think being entrepreneurs is no exception. And so things like going to an angel investor, they just say, well, we don't know you're here, you need to reach out and ask. And I think about the power differentials between someone with money who's male and white, and Indigenous woman who's not wealthy, and the coercion potential and all of those lived experiences that we come in with and the impacts of those lived histories and lived experiences that we have, I think is also deeply informing who and where and how we network, and how can we build more safety with each other, amongst each other, to make sure that those are safe spaces and that we have really clear guidelines and expectations for those relationships. All right. Using the right kind of capital. I'm going to skip most of this, but I just want to say that these are all the different kinds of capital you can access to start your business. Equity and angel investing is really for companies that are going to be high growth. Really, you started your company and your intention is to expand and grow and become bigger. And if that's not your goal, then those are probably not the right kinds of capital that you need. You do need to kind of look at debt financing a little bit more though, right? So if you're just trying to increase your inventory, for example, getting a loan can actually be really beneficial. And we tend to not get loans for lots of reasons. One, because it's harder to get access to them, but I think we also have this perception that if we go into debt, that's going to be a problem. You have to manage debt carefully, but getting debt or a loan for your business to expand and grow even a little bit, to get some inventory, can be a really important, powerful, and effective tool for growing your business that doesn't have to impact your personal finances. There's increasingly a larger number of grants, but I don't want people to get trapped into that scarcity mindset of we only need access to free money. If we just had access to free money, sometimes you have to work for this, and sometimes just getting grants is not the best way because it distracts you because of all of the reporting burden, all that sludge I was talking about earlier. Distracts you from actually running your business. Love money, friends and family money, is a real thing. And you can ask your friends and family to help you out with your businesses, help invest into your businesses, help you to grow your businesses. And when you have friends and family who are invested in your business, they're also invested in your success. And so they're also more likely to become your champions out in the community, right? Promoting your business, celebrating your business, buying from your business, buying things to give to their friends for your business. And so the love money can actually have compounding effects. Community development corporations, you probably have heard from a bunch of different community development corporations and Indigenous financial institutions. They can be more culturally grounded, culturally relevant service providers, and who can address some of the other barriers and challenges that you had. And then here's a really cool one that I hadn't thought of, but I saw in a bunch of the research, was around crowdfunding. So Kickstarter or other types of crowdfunding spaces for starting your business, women investors tend to look at things like Kickstarter more and invest in Indigenous women-led businesses through those kinds of forums than they do through becoming a VC or investing in, a capital partners type organization to have their funds flow through there. They go direct to the source. And so another spot you could look into as you're starting your business. And so you heard me talk about the top 5. So here's our value proposition, right? Our Indigenous matriarch entrepreneur value proposition, reframing access to money. It's around purposeful and intentional investments back into our families and our communities, right? It's around investments in land and sustainability, which affects everyone, not just Indigenous peoples. It's around increasing employment because Indigenous women-led businesses hire more Indigenous entrepreneurs. And if we can grow more Indigenous women-led businesses, then that reduces unemployment rates. And then we give back to the economy, right? To our community's economy, but also to the Canadian economy. We're a big part of that, and we can be an even bigger part of it. The capacity. So again, when you start a new business, I didn't know a darn thing about starting a chart of accounts and finding a bookkeeper and getting an accountant, and you learn a lot of things, and you sometimes have to go to a few places, right? Sometimes you got to really pay attention to those external contractors, make sure they're not taking money from you. But you build mad skills when you become an entrepreneur, and it's mad skills that will take you regardless of whether your business succeeds or not. So that's an investment in skills building at a one-on-one person level. But then you hire more community members, and you're also not just giving them employment, but you're also building their skills. right? And then for the investor, whoever's investing in you, they're building skills too. And so don't forget to speak to that, right? They're building skills around how to work with First Nation businesses and communities. Building your social capital. So we need to up our moccasin telegraph game. We spoke about that a little bit earlier. Building new networks, right? So you're building your new networks, expanding outside of our community circles and expanding into other network circles. They're also expanding into our circles, and that's good for them, right? It's good for their businesses too. Expanding our markets, right? If we're selling a product into our community and it's doing well, we can expand our product into more communities, and maybe into non-Indigenous communities, and maybe into the United States, or maybe around the world. And so looking at how we can expand our market. And then just that dream medicine. It's such an important piece, is knowing what is possible, right? I remember hearing a story about a survey they did with kids at a school up in northern Quebec, in the Inuit communities in northern Quebec, and they asked the kids what they wanted to be when they grew up. And a large number of them said that they wanted to be a janitor. And they didn't want to be doctors and lawyers and that kind of thing. And when they dug deeper into it, it was because the only Inuit person working in the school was the janitor, who took care of them, who looked out for them, who played with them, who was their friend, maybe their relative. And he was doing well in the community, and he treated them well. And that's what they wanted to be when they grew up. And if we start taking those other positions and start talking about our MBAs and our midwifery degrees, or whatever other degrees that we have, or our other skills that we have, and start taking more of those leadership positions and showing the children what's possible. But even for ourselves, when we expand our horizons, we see what's possible. We contribute to that $100 billion Indigenous economy that Carol Ann Hilton talks about in her Indigenomics book. We create more mentors and role models for the next generation, right? Our economic resilience as founders impacts us, right? When you are successful as an entrepreneur, your family doesn't have as much stress in its life, and you can provide for them all of the things that they want to need. That reduces your stress, but that happens for the families and the communities that you're also hiring into, right? Their families feel less stressed because they have the means to support their families. And we can start shifting from that scarcity mindset of there's not enough to that abundance mindset of the world is our oyster. And we can start going from just surviving to thriving. And then the last one is this idea of the culturally relevant supports, and how do we get more Indigenous women, and especially our queer, two-spirit, non-binary, trans, as well as the Indigenous women, into finance and investment roles. We need more Indigenous women, who are in venture capital, who are in investment, who are in banking, who are in our economic development agencies, so that we can start reducing this gender bias, because a lot of it is just because it's led by men and decided by men. We can start building better non-Indigenous capacities. They can build better non-Indigenous capacities if they start working with us and listening to us and sitting with us and being in relationship with us, and then benefiting other groups. One of the things that I often speak to at the governance tables that I'm working with is how decolonization is the tool to equity, diversity, and in inclusion for all peoples, because until we address the reconciliation pieces for our communities, for Indigenous communities, for First Peoples, then we're always going to be othered within this society, and other groups are also going to be othered. But if we can actually tackle these challenges for Indigenous folks first, then all other groups are going to benefit from that as well. And so I ask you, what is your superpower, and where is it going to take you? Thanks. I see a question about the research. I'm so excited. I know you want.
Super tight on time. We do have somebody on a Zoom. Can we do the question break, can we hold on to the question and write it down? Because we do have someone waiting on Zoom to jump on. They've been waiting for 10 minutes, so I just need to, sorry, we're behind schedule, so I'm just trying to accommodate all the people.
Is there a question? There's one question there. I'm going to come and sit beside you and chat.
Oh, that's in.
Actually, I would like everyone to hear this.
Okay. What's your?
She says go ahead, so we are good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right, I'll make it really quick. Well, thank you very much for a very informative presentation. I have two concerns. One is the criteria when a First Nation person applies for a grant. Like we have to also review the, I guess the validation or verifying that this person is a First Nation, because you know what, there are individuals out there in our society that just because they shared a classroom desk with a First Nation person, they think they're, they check off Indigenous on applications. So there has to be a criteria to ensure that grants allocated for First Nation people are First Nation. And my second comment is I would strongly suggest that you don't refer to us in terms of glamorizing Pocahontas, because, Pocahontas was a woman that had been abducted by these individuals that were in this boat, and she was kept captive and a victim of
100%. And that's what I was saying, is we get exoticized because that's the narrative that we didn't tell, that other people told. And that's what we have to encounter, is this idea that people have of Indigenous women as exoticized, and that's not who we are. Right? We're very different, but it is something that if we're going into those mainstream spaces, that mental model exists in non-Indigenous people's heads, and we're working really hard, right, as a community, as our, peoples, to change those narratives and to call out those discriminations, that racism, that blatant safety issue for our communities and for our women and for our girls. And that intersectional piece still exists, right? As women, we have so many barriers that we have to encounter as all women, right? As Indigenous peoples, as all Indigenous peoples, there's challenges that we have, that are based on the Indian Act and all of the colonial policies and systems that exist that we're working to make better. And those narratives of us as Indigenous women that exist, that are unique to us, not just as intersectional racialized women, but as Indigenous women that are specific to us, that we are encountering and facing and are really shit. They're terrible, but they happen and they are out there. And those are the barriers that try to keep us low. But we have superpowers, and we're changing, we're shifting those narratives. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Dawn, the Vice President of Camp Molly. Hi, Dawn.
Oh, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. Sorry, Chief Blair had to step out. She had another meeting to attend to.
No problem. We were running behind, so we do apologize.
Oh, no worries. So just to give you a little background, I'm the Deputy Fire Chief here in Kingston, along with Chief Blair. I am the VP of Camp Molly. Camp Molly is an initiative that Chief Blair started back in 2019. It is a camp run for 15 to 18-year-old self-identifying females, non-binary, and two-spirit youths. And it covers not just the firefighting aspects of the fire service, but it covers every facet of it, including communications, fire prevention, investigation, auto X, medical. So we have evolutions for all aspects of the service. We are running 10 camps this year. We've bumped that up from 6 from last year, and 3 of which are we are dedicating spots solely to Indigenous youth. The one in Kingston we are running, it was supposed to be a totally Indigenous camp, but unfortunately our numbers just haven't been there. So we're just still trying to get the word out for new applications. We understand that we had opened it up to right across the province. So we understand that distance and travel may be an issue. So we are providing accommodations for any of the kids that do come to the camp in Kingston. And hopefully that with this initiative, we're hoping to reach out to as many parts of the province to offer this to them as we can. So along with the Kingston camp, we're also running Indigenous camps in Saskatchewan. There's positions available there. There's one up in Thunder Bay. And then we are also in July going up to the Chisasibi Cree Reserve up on the eastern coast of James Bay. And we're doing a camp up there as well. So we're going to be going up actually early for them. They're going to be, I'll say, doing a knowledge transfer with us for 3 days, where they are going to enlighten us and enrich us, the chief and myself and my wife, actually, who is also a part of Camp Molly, on their customs and the area up there. So we're quite looking forward to that as well.
Thank you so much. We're going to send your website link out, I think, just for a lot of the people in here today so that they can look into it a lot more. And thank you again for taking the time to join us.
That's great. Thank you very much for having us.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Goodbye.
Oh my God, it is like a sweatshop in here. Okay, so to keep us somewhat on schedule, lunch will be slightly delayed, but she said she's specifically going to keep us running late. So we have Dr. Randy Ray, founder of Mikana Consulting and Nojimo Health, community-led business growth, and Our Stories. So she will come up here now. You could tap dance, you can do whatever you want. Oh, do you need the clicky?
I do need a clicky. Thank you. Ani, I said, I promise I won't be between you and lunch. I love food. So I was like, we'll keep it on schedule. So no stress. I hope everyone had the opportunity to grab some food and some lunch. So Ani Kinawea, Ani Bojo, Giweda Noden Kwe Indigenous Cause, Flying Post, Minwa, Red Rock, Minwana, Swakmuk, Dunjaba. So my name is Randy Ray. I am an Anishinaabe from Flying Post First Nation. I grew up just about an hour east of Thunder Bay in a beautiful community called Red Rock. I now humbly live in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory in Swakmuk in Sudbury. And my reserve land is actually just outside of Timmins. So kind of in that northern area. But I've done a lot of these kind of keynotes, conversations, chats. And one of the things that I always find is that I actually leave going, well, did I actually answer the questions that people had about business ownership or entrepreneurship? So if you have a phone, if anyone has a phone, I would actually encourage you to pull out your phone. And you could just go to slido.com and then type in KU or scan the QR code, because I want to know about you. You're all, we're all from different places, we're all from different parts, and I really just want to make sure that this is relevant, because otherwise, you know, what are we doing here? So if you have kind of downloaded it or were able to do it, if you don't have a phone, I still want you to put your hand up, ask questions, stop me at any point. But why don't we see if we can have this thing work? So let's just do a quick test. How's everyone feeling this morning? So that question should pop up on your phone. Does it pop up? Okay, and then if you type it in, you can see what happens. Hot, I agree. I might take my jacket off. It's hot in here. It's hot in here. We're feeling good. We're feeling light, inspired. That's all exciting. So we're just kind of putting some things up on the screen, which is great. And you can see I'm not going to cut anyone up or cut anyone off. They're typing, feeling all right. Inspired. Has anyone seen this tool before? It's called Slido. Anyone seen it? Yeah, I like it because it's anonymous, and so if you have questions, you can ask all of those things. Great. So awesome. We're feeling content, good, inspired. That's a good one. A good one to feel is inspired, I think. We're here to do that. Awesome. So when we come to these things and we're talking about entrepreneurship, today I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey, about kind of the companies that I'm grateful to be a part of, to have started. But everyone always asks you that question, when you're somewhere, what do you do? And I'm like, I don't know, I do a lot of stuff. Like I coach hockey, I'm a parent, I do the laundry a lot because that's my job, but I don't want to deal with the garbage or sweeping and vacuuming. That's not my skill set, right? So it's like, we do a lot of things. We all do a lot. And so these are just some of the titles, I guess, that I carry. But what I really wanted to know was about some of the titles maybe that you carry so that I can ensure that this is relative to or relevant to you as well. So tell me a little bit about you. So what are your titles? What do you carry? What are the things that you do? And if you don't have a phone and you're not doing them, just shout them out. That's okay. Are you a daughter? Are you a granddaughter? Are you an aunt? Are you a hockey player as well? Do you have your own business? Do you work? What do you do? Who are you? You're a mother. What an important job. It's a huge one. We just learned about that with Sarah Wolf, right? Most of us are parents, where you have the ability to care for others. Auntie, I'm your own boss. You're probably own boss in many different areas as well, not just there. Students, oh man, lifelong learning. I'm still a student. My next one, I think, is Anishinaabe, and they have a really good course, 2 months in immersion, to go and learn the language that my grandfather spoke his entire life. So look at this. What an amazing group. We have all sorts of people that do everything. Artists, caretakers, nurse, confidants. True, we're probably really that person for a lot of the people in our lives. And just remembering that we all have these amazing roles, and we're doing that at the same time that we're also trying to achieve many other things, right? So just making sure that you're remembering that all of those roles are equally as important, and that giant thing called ongoing colonialism that continues to, cause all this confusion with us as we continue to do it. Awesome. Thanks for this. So today I tried to keep it a little bit simple. I was going to tell you a little bit about my why we do things. It's a really important question, I think, that we always ask ourselves. We need to light that inner fire. You probably heard that, your home fire. What inspires you, your why. And then we need to figure out how we're going to do things from there. And that's kind of those practical ways to do it. And really re-emphasizing that balance, because in the last slide, you guys just said you carry many different roles. And we really want to ensure that everyone keeps healthy and balanced during this. And I always say you can do everything, but just maybe not in the same day, because you might burn out, right? So we can do it all. We just can't do it all in the same day. So it's like making sure that we keep that balance. And I think it's really important for all of us. So this is part of my why. This is my grandfather, Sylvester Baugh. He's in the spirit world now, and his 13 brothers and sisters. My great-grandfather, John, and great-grandma, Sophie, spoke our language of Anishinaabe. They lived in the bush outside of Nipigon. I don't know if anyone knows where Nipigon is, outside of Thunder Bay. Yeah, I got some head nods. In a place called Gurney Point. And they were all raised in their traditional ways of knowing, being, and doing. I often tell my grandfather, we were talking about credentials earlier. The only reason I got a doctorate is to tell people that you don't need a doctorate, and that my grandfather, and Nancy loves that too, knows that too well, because my grandfather was the smartest man I ever met. And he knew more about people, more about business, more about life. And he never attended a day of formalized education. And so I do that, and I did all of that education to honor him and to be able to create spaces for people like him that have that knowledge and that can do that moving forward. I think I always do this, and I'm new at educating, and so I stepped in because my cousin's a Canada Research Chair, and she's like, can you come teach a class? And I'm like, sure. So I taught at post-secondary, I taught at Lakehead this year, and I had a master's group, and they were brilliant. And what the first thing I did, the first assignment, and they hated me, but they ended up loving me, was to go and kind of do a thing, we called it situating themselves. So really looking at themselves. Why are you the way you are? Why do we think the way we think? Where did those experience come from? Why, what made you you? And at first they're like, and it was all First Nation students. And they're like, I'm so mad at you because I didn't want to do that because it was hard, right? And I'm like, yeah, it is hard, but it really helps to shape and understand kind of where we're coming from and what we're doing. And so I was raised in a small town. There was no gas station, no stoplight. And back then, I was born in 87. I don't mind sharing my age. I'm only 36, but it was safe. It really was. All my neighbors, my grandma lived 2 doors down. She knew what I did before I even came home from school. Everybody knew everybody, but it was safe. And I felt safe there. And that's a huge thing. Safety is a big thing to be able to move forward. So if we can create that. My town, everything was free. So we had some challenges at home, and if I wanted to go down to the hockey rink, I could go there and I could shoot pucks for hours, and it was affordable and it was free. We didn't have very much money. So being able to have kind of those outlets that were free was really important to me. I had, a really great family system. So my aunts, my uncles, my grandparents were, supportive, and that's important. I think the statistic is you just need one. You just need one supportive adult. That's it. You don't need a million. And I had my dad, and he was there. I had kind of got into sport. Anyone here play sport or been participated or anything in activities and stuff? I had that. That created a good routine for me because I was angry, and I had a lot of things going on, right? So it was good. I had friends that were vulnerable. I remember my first sleepover party with my best friend, and we were sitting there, and she looked at me and she said, like, my parents fight too. And, and it was like that was important, right? These things that we know about now, later, that these are important for us. I always had a big heart. I cared about others. I wanted to help. I always wanted to help, and that's something that lives through. And I was actually I was telling Sarah on the way out, I'm like, I feel like I hit all those things, women entrepreneur, I hit all of them, right? I had barriers in education. The education system didn't really work for me. I don't think I went to more than three days of school in grade 3. Like, I really struggled. I didn't know how to find my spot, but I found it through sports. And if I didn't go to school, then I wasn't allowed to go to practice. And so that's how my parents kind of convinced me to go. And I was a big hockey player, so that was important. And also one of my elders, Bill Hill, and I'll talk about him in a minute, but Bill shared with me, anger is like the best emotion you could ever feel, because that's what creates your passion. So if you can use that anger to be able to create good and create change, it's actually very, very powerful. It's a very powerful emotion. And I was really angry when I was a kid. And I used kind of sport and different things. I was angry about the way things worked. I had a lot of questions. I was very curious. But I used that anger to be able to shift and change things. So I ended up going to school. I went to college. Anyone else go to college? I went to college. That was the best thing for me. I've been to school however many times, and everyone still asks me, what was your favorite experience? I said college, because it taught me how to learn. I learned how to learn at college, and I learned how to be safe and understand all of those things. And I actually started to have my first ever, we talked about role modeling and mentoring, first ever First Nation people also in post-secondary education. So that was huge for me, having my first ever First Nation professor, Ghislaine Goudreau. Anyways, it was huge for me. And what I learned was that the social, does anyone know about the social determinants of Indigenous people's health? So we're talking about health and all of this, right? That systemically, as Indigenous people, this has all been designed and created for us to have these barriers, right? And that actually got me even more angry. We talk about anger. So I got real mad then. And then I started realizing, okay, this is what happened to my family. This is what happened to my grandma, my grandpa, our community, the displacement of our own nation, all these layers. And my dad's been a chief since I was 7 years old. So I've kind of grown up in this political world as First Nation people. We were born into a political world. Like, this is layered conversations. So I really started to learn and understand all those people. And at the same time, that First Nation professor basically kind of took me, we talk about mentorship, and said, here, you come with me. And here's these wonderful women, were the Wabashki Makwa singers, White Bear singers. And I was basically mentored by this wonderful, wonderful group of women in Sudbury who also had been fighting these systemic barriers for the last 30 years. And they were kind of pulling me in and teaching me all these things that I didn't know, and tried to kind of address it. And so having those mentors, having those people is something that I've always continued and continue to do whenever I see someone else that wants to kind of come in and get involved. So part of my why, and when I started to learn all these things that I was sharing that got me, angry. I'm sitting here, you guys are probably like, oh, wait, I'm going to talk about my mental health business. Yes. Yes, I was, these things get you excited. They get you fired up, and it's good, because that's how change happens, right? We need to have that passion. We need to have that drive. So I learned a lot about all of these barriers, these challenges for our people. And then I started to think about, because I'm an optimist, how do we change that? What are we going to do? How are we going to do this? And so I'm sure lots of people have talked about some of these challenges and systemic barriers, but really, the companies that I've been so grateful to be a part of and found really start to address those systemic barriers and challenges for Indigenous people. And really, during my time, my why, as I shared, is, my grandfather. I talked a little bit about him. My father has been a chief for almost 30 years. And I was grateful to learn and be mentored by him. One of the things that our nation has done since day one is we have prioritized education for our members. A lot of the people in this room understand that we have been chronically underfunded in terms of post-secondary education. We've used own source revenue from our community, our joint ventures, the businesses that we've created as a nation to ensure that every single person in our nation can go to school and can be adequately funded for that. So I was very grateful for those opportunities. And even myself, my own companies, I've actually used kind of dividends and own source revenues from my nation. We talked, the statistics were there, grants, loans, all that. I actually, I'm a firm believer in sovereignty, in creating our own sovereignty for ourselves as human beings, but also as nations. And I was able to use my funding and money that we created and generated, our dividends, to start my own companies. So I use that to be able to do that and create it. But for me, why I do what I do is I'm grateful to be a parent to this little Anishinaabe Quezons. I met Madison when she was 2. She's 11 now. Her mom's from Wikwemikong. So it's really nice that we can raise her, kind of in this shared way, to raise her to be a strong Anishinaabe Kwe when she grows up in a different version of Canada, and very grateful for her mom for bringing her into this physical world and being able to share that responsibility. So I think it's really important that we're always thinking about that future and those future generations. So a little bit about me, but what's your why? Some people said they're looking at being entrepreneurs. Some people are thinking about, school. What motivates you? What makes you want to do what you want to do? And some people were saying inspired. This is a hard question, so if you don't answer, it's okay. Or if you want to throw your hand up. Does anyone have a why? Yeah. 7 generations. Love it. Yes. So many. My babies, my daughter, exactly. I saw in the last stat, I'm part of that too. I'm like, it was pure necessity. When I started my companies, I was working provincially for a government funded organization. You never know if you're going to continue to get, who's government funded here, who like continuously, it's like 8 months and then ISC or INAC's going to approve it or not. And even at the coup level, like this is a reality. I'm like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Like, I don't want to be feeling like, okay, my family's at risk because, you know, whoever comes into government could instantly cut our funding. I don't want to feel like that. It's a very vulnerable state to feel in, right? That's not, we don't have that. So I felt it was a necessity for me coming up to kind of the end of that funding for the program that I was grateful enough to be a part of. So these are real things why we start our companies. Res kids love it. Yes, family, contributing. Like these are important reasons that, you know, we step in. We want to be a part of solutions moving forward. And how do we do that? I didn't see many entrepreneurs growing up, right? I grew up, like I said, town of 900 people. Everybody worked at the mill, which was a great career, right? And that was great. And then for my father, I saw that through political and leadership and going, you know, through that. And then I'm like, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole because we don't treat our politicians very nicely. And I got a big heart, so that's going to hurt. So, you know, but I'll help. I'll support those GIMAs and those leaderships. But, you know, we don't do that. We don't treat each other the way I think we should be treating each other yet. And we're working on it. We're getting there with that kindness. Awesome. Love this. These are our whys, and hold on to those. You got to hold on to your why, because if you don't have that passion, then what are we doing? And you might end up not being for you. And I think I would encourage you to do this, whether you're working in public, private, or doing your own thing, is just really holding on to that why. Oh, sorry. There's lots of reasons for our hows. I shared I did a doctorate, and I went through the research ethic board, and I was working with our nations because they asked me to, which is why I did my PhD. They asked me to help them develop a leadership development program. And then one of my elders, Barney Batiste, said, "Hey man, don't you have a master's? Why don't you get a PhD out of it?" And I was like, that's a good idea. And so I ended up getting a PhD out of it. Seems simple, but it's true. But they asked me at the research ethics board, how do you have this right? Or what, how can you do this with them? I'm like, well, they asked me to do this, and I've been doing this since I was little. And I'm from Waban Tribal Council, part of Anishinaabe-Aski, and it came from the GIMAs and the chiefs and the leaders and the elders. They want to do this. So I don't even care if you're not going to approve me to do it. We're still doing this because this is what they want to do, right? So again, it's just grounding yourself in those pieces. So my how really came from experiences. I've worked in public sector. I've worked in private sector. I've been the only Indigenous person in an organization and felt those pressures and stresses and all those layers of kind of that work. I've done anti-racism work for the province. I'm very grateful for that opportunity to speak privilege to power and have that. That's something that I've worked through. I, again, surround myself with wonderful people. Sport was a huge part, still is, creating that community and that connection. But before my journey into entrepreneurship, I actually fasted. And it was just before we started our companies. I went to Agawam Bay, if anyone knows where Agawam Bay is, and I grew up on Lake Superior, so I wanted to fast on the lake that I grew up on, so just right across. And during that fast, I just kept asking, Creator, today my dad's like, you're gonna die. I'm like, anyways, does anyone know Ryan McMahon? I have like a small story. Does anyone know Ryan McMahon? He's really funny. He's hilarious, right? Okay, so he's a comedian, advocate. He's hilarious. So I'm driving to my fast, and I'm like, have this Starbucks in my hand. I can't, because I'm like going and I'm like, I am so bougie. Like, this is the bougiest thing I've ever done. I'm like, there needs to be a skit about this. Like, going here fast, they're having a Starbucks. This is 2020, whatever it was, 2018 at the time, right? I'm like, I'm making fun of myself. You have to use humor. You have to. And he's like, I feel like this will be a joke one day that I'm going to tell about how times have changed, right? But yeah, so I kept asking, like, how could we, do things differently? Like, what can I do? How can I help? And I woke up and I get chills every time. And I put my drum away. You're allowed to bring your drum. I had my drum and some of my items, and I woke up and the drum was like right beside me. And I was like, and it was like, we need to use our tools to do things differently. And that's what I took from that. I was like, it has to be our way. And you know that saying, you have to dismantle the master's tools or whatever to dismantle the master's house? My grandfather, we used to say that all the time. We'd go out and we'd go fishing and I would clean with him and he would say that. And right before he passed, he said, we don't need their tools. We have to use our tools to do it differently. And so that was really, really powerful. And so from there, I don't even know how it happened. I basically just jump in. And now I'm like, man, I'm such a statistic. I have multiple companies, all these things, right? So once you begin in this journey of entrepreneurship, you see things that are happening, and then you want to create solutions to those challenges, right? Because you're thinking differently, finally in a way that says, okay, well, how do we design solutions that help our people? And how can we do that without worrying about government funding, without worrying about all these other things, all these, things that come up. So Ajaganake means to build a bridge. And there is a lot of that going on in this country. I'm a very firm believer of getting back to our treaty rights. This is our right, but we did say yes to treaty. So we said it was okay that our Western settlers were here and that we were going to work together. That's what was said. But we need to be partners in that. We need to be at the table, every single table. We need to be doing this. So it's like, how do we do that in a way that actually works and doesn't leave us not as partners? So I'll talk a little bit about some of the companies that I'm grateful to have founded. And the first one was Mikana, and that's really what I was seeing at the provincial level. Is you have a whole bunch of organizations that want to implement reconciliation, right? This is the buzzword of the day. Everybody wants to create this version, and they have no idea how to do it. Oftentimes they have one or two Indigenous people in the organization, and they expect that one or two Indigenous people to do that. It's a huge job, and it is not their job. It is not the job of the one Indigenous person to create safety in an organization. That's up to the organization to create a safe space for that Indigenous person to be able to flourish in and grow, right? So what we do there, and what I learned quickly was, everybody wanted to go to strategy very quickly, but what I learned was they had no clue what happened in this country at all. And so what we did is we started with Debwewin, with truth, and we started talking about what actually happened, why non-Indigenous organizations needed to learn more. So colonialism, ongoing colonialism, they were talking about access to capital, housing, all these things. The Indian Act still in place, as you know, the only race-based legislation left in the world. These are big things that especially large corporations like mining, I work in a lot in male-dominated industries, they don't understand. They have ownership in Brazil, Poland, China, and they don't understand what actually happened in Canada legally, treaties, why we need to be having this conversation more thoughtfully. So I do a lot of unlearning is what I call it. So we have learning modules designed in person and as well as virtually, as well as asynchronous. So we've had about 300,000 learners, and that's actually also for my safety. Every single time I work in a territory that is not my own, I work with a local nation to ensure that they know what we're doing with that organization. I'll use a concrete example in Sudbury. Vale is a large mine. They employ most of the people in Sudbury. I met with each of the communities, Sagamok and Anishinaabeg, Atikmishing and Anishinaabeg, as well as Wanapateh First Nation, walk them through the curriculum. I'm not talking about culture. I'm not talking about, anything to do with your nations, but the history, the context setting, so that they can be safer partners to you moving forward. So each of those nations have given me permission to be able to do that kind of work, that racism, bias, stereotype, all the things, and talking about procurement strategies and how they're not safe for our communities. Recruitment, retention, kind of everything that makes up an organization. And even if they have an Indigenous person, again, making sure I'm creating space for them, because oftentimes that all lands on them, and it shouldn't, right? We really need to create these teams and this strength and safety for that. So we do a lot of that work. We also work with nations. I'll give a concrete example. I had the opportunity, it was probably the best work. I'm also NDA'd, as everyone knows, so I'm like NDA'd basically with like everybody, because you're not supposed to, but I've been given permission to talk about a lot of the things that I do on the corporate side. And so Technical Mining, Atikmishing and Anishinaabeg, and Wanapateh First Nation actually formed together to form Canada's first mining company, Indigenous mining company. It's called Eke Dibinawenzuin. The elders from those communities named it. And we did everything in ceremony, every single meeting we had, everything from the get-go happened. And it just kind of came together so beautifully. And those are the types of things that I get to do on the Mikana side, is shift the money and the opportunities and help the nations themselves to actually be the ones owning these companies and generating the revenue. It's not about me. I don't really care. This is about them. And they actually joke, because I'm not from those nations, so I have no skin in the game there. I'm just like, here, this is for you, and you own that, and your community owns it. So we do a lot of economic development. We do a lot of strategy, really trying to help the nations themselves be the ones, again, to own, and then coupling with the important work that you're doing to get jobs and all of those things, the things that are happening at Onika and the technical institutes and all of that. How do we bring all of those things together? But these are community-owned work. The other company that I wanted to talk to you about today is Nojimo Health. And this was, I get pretty emotional when we talk about community-led solutions or things that are happening. This was just before the pandemic. Has anyone heard the term Indian time? Right? We always hear that term. Everybody know, right? Indian time. It drives me bananas, that term, because everybody says that it's like we're late as Indigenous people, right? That's it's like a microaggression. By the way, microaggressions are aggressions. They're not just micro. But anyways, you hear that stuff, right? And so we hear those words. The way that was described to me, Indian time, is that when it's meant to be, it will be, right? So when it's meant to be, it will be. That's Indian time. And so with Nojimo, what happened was, it was prior to the pandemic. There was a lot of layers going on in the nations that we were working with on the Mikana side. So what we were seeing was we couldn't get to that economic business development thing we were getting to because there was staff turnover, or there was something happening in the community. Like there's so many things happening in our nations, right? In our communities. So there was a really hard time getting kind of traction for things. So people were saying, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done. Have you all heard that, right? We need to heal, right? There's a lot of healing that needs to be done. And so we were asking the questions, well, why isn't the healing happening? What's going on? What we were hearing from the community was, it's really hard, and I know this, coming from a small town where my best friend's mom was the counselor, to go to that counselor. She's my best friend's mom, right? It's really hard to have that conversation because I know them, they know me, they know my grandma. Like I said, my grandma already knew what happened before it happened, right? And so what we did was, and the only claim that I have is that I'm connected with really good people. Helen, one of my mentors there, I shared the picture earlier. Really good people. But so we pulled together a group of clinicians, mental health specialists. And we started brainstorming. We started in ceremonies, same thing, virtually, because that's how it is. They're across Ontario. And we started talking about this. Pulled together Chris Mushquash and a bunch of people, Kathy Absalon, Dr. Kathy Absalon, people that are in this space. And we said, what can we do? How can we do this? And so Nojimo means to heal in Anishinaabemowin. And they said, we need to create access, no wrong door. We're all athletic, which we laugh, is like Nojimo describes themselves as like the backup goalie, right? Communities have their own, right? You have your own mental health, you have your own things, but also who's helping the people that are helping the people? Who's helping, the clinicians that are working in the AHAC? Who's helping the person that is the chief, the CEO, the executive director? Like, who's helping those people? And we were like, they were saying, nobody's helping those people, because where do they go? They can't go to their clinician. They can't go to their own health center. Even myself as a business owner, where do I go? These are all my crew, so I can't go there now. Where do I go? And so it's like, there's nowhere to go, right? So they said, all right, let's design it. I said, sure, let's design it. Where do we go? How do we do this? And so we have a team from around Ontario. So Nojimo is Canada's first all-Indigenous mental health clinic. A team, a circle of people that all wanted to be together and do this. Because oftentimes they were the only Indigenous ones working in their organizations, right? And so they were the ones, or they had their own private business, which some of them do, which is great, because you know what? I'm here to support them. Good, have your own business. You want to be a subcontractor? Perfect. How do we create this condition where you're happy and you're doing what you want to do and you're helping people? That's all we want to do. We want to help people. And so we have a circle. I am very grateful and proud to say every single person in this circle is Indigenous, identifies as Indigenous. Most of them are First Nation. There's one, Riley, she does the billing. So it was very important to us that there was no money crossing. So when we talk to people, how do you want this to be done? I want it to be directly billed to NHB. I want to make sure there's no, barriers. I want to be able to click on the people. I want to see who I'm talking to. I want to, we're listening to everybody, all the feedback. I want dog moms, cat moms, people from different walks of life. I want to be able to choose who I talk to, because it is hard to get that connection, right? So we designed it that way. Riley's our biller. She's non-Indigenous, but she's really cool, I promise. And she's the only one who is not. But this whole circle, and it was important to us to have that circle and that team. And so what they do is they provide counseling support one-on-one or in a group setting. This circle is incredible. The best thing I ever did, actually, I don't know how to go back. As an entrepreneur, you'll learn this, and I'll talk about my balance. I gotta go faster probably. But the best thing I ever did was I hired really good people and I got out of the way. That's what we need to do sometimes. I'm not an expert in mental health, but I can bring people together. That's part of my gift, my skill set. And I can create conditions where people can do what they do really well. I can advocate. I've fronted the money. You could do those things, right? Those are the things that I can do to be able to create that for them. So Val and Bill run Nojimo, and then I just continue to support this circle. So anyways, long story short, they are that backup goalie. They've worked with over 133 nations now, just in Ontario, and these clinicians are actually across Canada. So we're in Alberta, we're in BC, and we're kind of working towards to ensure that we're creating that. We've seen people on the trap line or fishing, because gone are the days you're sitting on a couch with a towel over your head talking to someone. You want to talk to somebody who gets you, right? Who gets it, who understands colonialism, who understands. I remember the first time I went to therapy and I was like explaining something. I'm like, yeah, I had to go to the store, get my grandma some smokes. And the counselor's like, I was like 12 when I was telling the story. Or, I'm like, that's normal. And then they were like looking at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, we have no, you don't understand. I'm from, there was just there wasn't that there. And so, they really pride themselves on that. So really, we pride ourselves on being able to see you, if not today, tomorrow. Making sure there's access. It needs to be timely. I know with my own family, say you're going to do it, but if you're not doing it, it needs to happen. It needs to happen now. And there are huge wait lists, and that's because we don't have capacity in our nations right now in our organizations. We worked with an AHAC I'm blanking on it. It's in Fort Francis, but they had no clinicians. And so what we did was we said, we'll help you while you hire, and then we'll slowly transition your clients back to your new clinician that you're hiring. And they said, perfect, thank you, right? You could do that for us, so temporary solution to if you don't have a clinician in your organization, right? So just kind of being that backup goalie, like I shared. So making sure, they work with Indigenous organizations, increasing that capacity. We've got clinicians kind of across, and really that no wrong door is really the point of NOJMO. Have programs like Caring for Caregivers. So if you have an organization, or if you are part of an Indigenous organization and you want to have a workshop on lateral kindness, you want to talk about some of the traumas that have happened and how do we work together more thoughtfully. They have really great facilitators that are trained. They're all master's trained in Indigenous field of study for social work. They're the best of the best, and they have the biggest hearts. And so they're willing to help, and they're so willing to help. They do work, like I said, workshops. They'll work with you. All they want to do, the first thing we ever say, and same thing in Mikana, is how do I help? If I can't help, I'll find you someone who can. That's our job. That's what we do. We just want to continue to help everyone. And this is the biggest one too. Like you all of us, we don't have anywhere to go. How do we go talk to someone? How can we, start to unpack some of these layers? And so we've seen quite a bit uptake of this, and the leaders and leadership are talking about this more, because we know that leading with vulnerability, leading like women, like we do, leading with kindness, leading with love, we need to lead with love. Like, this is how we're going to change our nations and our communities. And so it's like, how do we make sure we do this? It's really important. So that's really what we keep at the core of our company. And we actually have a pilot program. So we are working with 6 schools within Anishinaabe Nation territory doing age and stage curriculum, and it's awesome. These kids are like learning so much about their confidence, about who they are, gaining their skills with, a trained clinician, because what we're hearing from the teachers, and this is why this came out, the teachers are like, I don't have the skills to teach them this. And I'm not a specialist, so I don't have that. Can you help me? We said, yeah, sure, we can help you. And so we partnered up with NAN, and we did a pilot. So we're in year 2 of that pilot, and working with them to make sure that we can create these little ones to move forward. So age and stage curriculum fits the Ontario blah, 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 which I think we need to throw out the window anyways. I don't know if there's any education people in the room. But anyways, but it's we're making sure that we're following some of those things. Anyone have any questions? That's a lot. I only talked about 2 of the companies. I should have said, we talk about solutions and different things. Carol Ann and I are in talks. Wealth is a huge thing. So we're looking at innovative solutions for that with Mikogan. Looking at, investment and how do we do that differently? What does that look like moving forward? Helen and I have had the same conversation. And housing. Housing's a huge, huge issue. So that's one of the things we were talking about, entrepreneurs. These are things percolating and really trying to figure out how do we create community-based solutions to some of these challenges while working with our partners at the same time. And I truly believe that these should be at some point community-owned, right? These are the things that we talk about. NOJMO, was kind of asked, does anyone know what LifeWorks is? They were going to get like gobbled up by what LifeWorks. We said no. It needs to be community-owned, operated, can't be put in with everything else. So we hold firm. I'll be honest, probably not a good business decision on my part. It doesn't make a lot of money. It's not about money. It's about helping people. And every day before I go to bed, I say the same thing. Like, if I can help people, I'm happy. I'm happy with that. I just want a time check before we talk about balance. Kept 5 minutes. Kate, does anyone have any questions, or we can leave them to the end? Just talking a little bit about that. Questions? Yeah, of course.
So I was in this area, and I said, why don't we offer a school of excellence? Because that's what I see. I see our people providing the services to our people, and it's excellent. Regardless of what the, regardless of what the stage you're at, it's still presented as excellent, school of excellence, you know, and I love that. And I'm just wondering, like, without somebody actually coming here and to wrap their minds around the idea that they are excellent, even around the tables that they're at, and then they're not seeing it, that they're excellent. So they're like, when they heard that word excellence, like, oh, no way, maybe we could touch on good, or maybe, so somehow or other, there are still leaders that are not holding that sovereignty, that breaking away from the colonial way of thinking.
I totally agree with you. We need like a think tank. That's what I always say too. What we say at Nojmo and even in Mikano, like, we're the first people of this country. We deserve first class, first everything. Like, and even like, right? We deserve the best of the best of the best. And I'm gonna cry. Like, that's how I truly believe. Like, and I go into these large corporations and they go, well, we have a D&I strategy and we should be, I don't know. I'm like, we're the first people of this country and this is what we're doing first. So like, that's it. And they're like, I like that. I'm like, well, it's true. Like, that's why you have to do this. Like, I don't understand why you don't understand that, but like, that's why. So that's what I lead with. And I agree with you. And I actually, funny. So it feeds into this balance piece. I did this just to show you, and I swear a lot because I work in a lot of male, I just swear a lot. It's not about male. I'm a female and I swear a lot. And so it looks like a shit show, right? My balance looks like but that's not what happens every day, right? This is like the balance. This is like we're all juggling a million, trillion, gajillion things, and that would stress me out. Even when I look at it, it stresses me out. But we have our wheels, right? We have all the things that we're dealing with. But what I'm trying to do, getting better at it, I have a counselor, I'm doing my work, right? Continue to do it, is do this. And what's your first name? Leslie. What Leslie was talking about is like these think tanks and like, how do we do this a little bit better? One of the things, I have a couple weeks, and I really want to put onto paper that, like, how do we create these environments, and Nancy and I was talking about this too, and also thank you. You guys are all taking time out of your communities, out of your organizations, from your nations to come here. That's a big commitment. That's huge, right? There's stuff happening at home. There's things you're dealing with and having to do, but you're coming here. We want to make sure it's useful. We want to make sure it's purposeful. We want to make sure it's like all of those things. So those types of think tanks, those types of excellence ideas, they really need to happen. And part of my PhD journey was about creating those spaces or learning development opportunities for leaders. And I just haven't had, I'm being completely honest, I haven't had the time to think about it because I've just been rat racing, right? Like all of us, putting out fires, doing what I'm doing. And so I had the opportunity, I'm really grateful, to coach at the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships. I said yes. Then I found out it was in Grand Prairie. Just kidding. And then I was like, really? So I'm going to Grand Prairie. There's not much else to do there other than hang out with like the best athletes ever, which I'm excited about. But I'm going to do that thinking there because I'm like, I got to spend some time because we also don't do that on our wheel enough, is spend time to think. And if we look at our teachings, is that we were supposed to do that during winter, and I know I didn't do that. I just kept going, right? But we don't give each other, our organizations don't do that enough. And we design at Nojmo, I know, we take time to think, reflect what went well, what didn't go well, not just write reports and go. No, what actually are we doing? And we need to do that, bake it into our organizations. That's how you decolonize organizations. That's how you change things, is starting to do this, right? So I think those are really important parts, and I agree with you. I don't know if we have time to talk about things that you do to create balance, and it can be anything, right? Remembering that all of the time, it doesn't have to be all the things you do, but try to do them every single day. Is really important. And I actually usually start this way and end this way. And any person that I'm working with, clients usually become family. I end up being very, very close. The communities that I work with, I would do anything for, they know that. And there's a lot of love there. And I always start with a quote and end with by Alphonse Pitawanakway, who said, just bin bawa, that's my next goals language, but mikupman wa yaman gawa wika ki yazin. And it means if you do not go after what you want, you're never going to get it. So to me, I hold that near and dear in everything, and that we can do this, show the world what we could do first, right? Because we're the first people, and we've got thousands of years of ancestors who have our backs that, you know, and I'm telling you right now, like the corporate world, the world, they could learn so much from all the gifts that we have. And even if we go back to our leadership styles, not everybody has the same gifts, and we need those people all around the circles. And I value those thinkers, those philosophers. I'm more of a speaker, a doer. That's my gift. But it doesn't mean that bear is not that protector, and I need that protector. And we all need that to be able to do the work that we're doing, right? So we need to value each other in that way. I always appreciate being here at COO because it is very welcoming. It's a very welcoming space. And that's not normal of a group of women, right? And you guys are a really strong group of women, and I really appreciate that. We need to lift each other up. Miigwech for your time. It truly is the greatest gift. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I know some of you must be hangry, so please go feed yourself. And the fashion show will start at 12:15. We're also going to have some music playing, so if you want to shake it, we encourage that. And it's good music. I made the playlist. It's 50s and 60s with a little bit of Cher and Tina Turner, so I don't want to hear any nonsense. Okay, so I would like to introduce you to Anani, which is an Indigenous retail platform in downtown Toronto. It is 100% Indigenous owned by this boss babe over here. Her name is Chelsea Petit. Didn't even get it right.
Miigwech for coming, everyone. We're so happy to be here, and we can't wait to show you some of our amazing Indigenous-owned businesses that we carry on www.anin.shop, S-H-O-P. Let's get it started. So first up, we have an amazing Leslie Hampton design. This was a t-shirt collaboration from her Buoyant collection that we represented at Toronto Fashion Week. The collection has syllabics on it that says Agwanjin, which means he or she floats in Ojibwe. Miigwech. Next up, we have a brand. It's called Pre and Perry. It's meant for pre-colonial times with current colonial concepts, and we are basically they're all made in Turtle Island. Sorry. Yeah, just stay here a little longer. Next up, we have a brand called Nichi by Nature. Nichi, which means friend in Ojibwe. They are representing their first fashion show in downtown Toronto this May, so please come out and support. And next up, we have all looks from our Ani collection. First up, we have the original crew neck. This was one of our first designs that we were able to create, and the tote bag says Minno Gishikad, which means it's a good day. And our queen is wearing the Tuckerando set, which is 100% made in Canada and made here in Toronto. Oh. No, that's okay. Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, so loop back around. Just loop back around, yeah. Technical difficulties. Next up, we have the Gawingiabi t-shirt and the Minno Gishigad tote bag. She's also wearing the Gawingiabi No More toque, and it's represented in red for murdered and missing Indigenous women and Two-Spirit. And our best feature is actually our QR codes that we carry on the bottom of all of the apparel, so you can scan and pass on the information. So every single one of our hats, beanies, caps, tracksuit sets, t-shirts, they all have a QR code for you to pass on the translation. And we have the original crew neck and pant set again with the matching dad cap. All of the design says Anin, which means hello in Anishinaabemowin. And we have our much highly anticipated Minogishigad caps back in stock now. And she's wearing the Taekwondo 100% cotton t-shirt. There's monochromatic finishing to the logo. We have another one of the Taekwondo sets. So it's all in natural forest green, and they have the QR codes on them with the best-selling Taekwondo design. The word Toronto actually comes from a Mohawk word, which means where the trees are standing in the water. So that's exactly what the design represents. And then we have the classic Ani puff print t-shirt with Ani blanket. These are actually all handmade in Ecuador, the blankets, and the Minogishigad cap. And last up, we have the bubble beanie in teal. This one's one of my new favorite collections. It's very modern with the puff print in black. Yay! Chimigwech to all of our amazing volunteer models. We couldn't have done this without them today. And thank you so much for Chiefs of Ontario and for all of you being here today.
Can we get one more walking around, guys? Because you guys look stunning. Come on. Everybody, one more walk up and down. Come on. Woo! Thank you guys so much, and especially to Raven and Chelsea for putting this together in less than a week. We like to do everything last minute to spice up their lives, so thank you so much. And to all the models, you guys look incredible. Yeah. I would also like to say that Chiefs of Ontario is proud to say that all the models, you will be getting a digital $50 gift card to shop at the store. So we are going to get started. So if I could have the beautiful ladies from the panel, Helen Babawash, Magnolia Perun, and Ashley LaBelle and Jacqueline Stott. Indigenous women increasing our well-being through financial skills and entrepreneurship.
Okay. Ani Bojo. How's everybody feeling? I feel like it's really hard to follow Randy Ray, her super high energy, and then you got, I'm a little more chill, I have to say. And then you just had lunch. So really happy to be here. Oh, I guess, who's got the clicker? We don't have the clicker to move the slides.
It should be up there. No, do you see a green thing? Button? No.
Oh, I think is maybe by, does Nancy have it in her? Give this over here.
I have a clicker. Nice.
I've never used this. Kidding.
Oh, I like the idea of sitting and doing this.
Is it okay if we sit? Maybe we'll dance later.
Save that for the reception.
So miigwech for being here. I really appreciate you joining us. I want to say miigwech to the Elders Council for providing direction in the planning of this event, and to the Chiefs of Ontario for the invitation to come and join you, and my co-panelists who are joining us and sharing information. I learn from people anytime I come to these events, so I'm happy to learn from you and share a little bit of what I have discovered so far in my life. Just to give you a quick overview, you've seen the description of what this panel is going to talk about in the agenda. So I'm going to start myself. I'm going to talk a little bit about financial well-being and preparing for abundance. I know Sarah Wolf was talking about that earlier this morning. And then Magnolia is going to talk a little bit about NACA and their Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship Program. And that'll be followed up by Jacqueline and Ashley, who will be speaking specifically to the Indigenous financial institution that they work at and what they have to offer. So that's in a nutshell what we're going to do. We're roughly going to be taking about 20 minutes each, and then we'll have time left over for questions. I really have to be careful about time because I can talk forever, and I need to save time for the rest of the ladies up here. So I am going to focus on financial well-being, and I just wanted to let you know that I feel privileged to have had the education to become an accountant, and it was only because I had a First Nation who had a budget for post-secondary education, who covered my costs to attend school, and they also covered a lot of the additional costs for extra courses that I needed to take to get my accreditation as a professional accountant. If it wasn't for them, I'd probably still be living in the town of Garson, doing who knows what. It was really because of that education that I've been able to do what I'm doing now. And what I'm going to be sharing with you today is the experiences that I've learned working with First Nations for 30 years now, but also more importantly, experience that I've developed growing up as the baby of 8 kids who was raised by a single mom on welfare. And I have very distinct memories about money from growing up. And I felt the exclusion when I was invited to birthday parties. When I wanted to go, my mom said, we don't have any money. So we didn't have money to buy a gift. Never played organized sports other than what the school offered because we didn't have money for sports fees and equipment. Didn't have a lot of opportunity to go to movies and things like anytime there was a monetary cost, right? Like I wasn't really allowed to go to many because we just didn't have the money. And I grew up with that, and it's really shaped who I am now. Probably that's why I turned to accounting because it provides some stability. And it still informs, it drives still my behaviors today. And that's the perspective I'm going to share from you. And it's, growing up in poverty, the youngest of 8, a lot of that perspective is going to be where I'm coming from. And that's really why I'm so committed to sharing financial knowledge with people. I have been given the name Jonia Ikwe by an elder from Binjitawabak Zogging in Anishinaabe. And I wear it proudly because he just recently gave me that name when I was retiring from my accounting practice. And money lady, money woman is what it means. And I just really is about knowledge that I have that I want to share so that maybe people don't make the same mistakes I made, because I definitely made a lot of mistakes about money. But what I first want to talk about is financial well-being. And I think about the term financial literacy, and it just doesn't sit right with me because if you don't know something about money, does that mean you're illiterate? And that's not the case. And I believe that most people do understand how to manage money, how to manage the resources that they have. The issue is that we, as Indigenous people, we've lived with scarcity all of our lives. And it's only been like my generation, hopefully my son's generation, where we've been able to achieve some level of education and income level where we actually have more money than we grew up with. And we're starting to live with abundance and to bring more abundance into our lives. And so where I do a lot of work with AFWay Canada, I'm on their board of directors, and we talk a lot at AFWay Canada about financial well-being. It is a critical part of our overall health and well-being. I call it Bimodzuin because for me, that's what it's really about. I am from the Mukwah Dodam, and Randy mentioned how the responsibility of the bear is the protection. It's the protection of our community through policing, but also through the use of the medicines. And I really feel that money can be used as medicine. And just like any medicine can be used for good, it can also be used for bad. And some of the good purposes, like for myself, it was to get an education. I now have a higher income level because of the education, and I now can support my son with some of his needs that aren't covered by the First Nation Inuit Health Branch. But it can also be used, it can also have negative consequences. And if I look at some of the communities where in my territory, the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory, there are some per capita distributions that are anticipated in the next little while, and there is concern about what will community members do? Will some community members who have addictions, will they use the per capita distributions to fuel their addictions? And that's a real concern, and that's some of those negative consequences of having excess money. And I think it's because of that. We've been living so long with scarcity. It's that change that money brings when it's particularly when it's sudden, that we are not prepared to live with that abundance and to use it to improve our lives in some way. So financial well-being, it really does contribute to our personal and family stability and our security. That's why I'm an accountant, because it gave me a sense of security, with financial security, where as a child I didn't feel that. And it provides the resources to achieve our goals, such as an education, employment, entrepreneurship, retirement savings. So with that, with those resources, it just gives us that sense of Bimodzuin, that we're not worried, because when you have worries about stress, that affects your health. It affects your relationships. So it does have a really big impact when we're continually living with scarcity, but also when we get these large sums of money that we aren't prepared to use. So that's why I just wanted to touch a little bit on financial well-being. That information on this particular slide, that comes from a booklet called The Shared Path, First Nations Financial Wellness, and that was published by AFWay Canada and Prosper Canada. And then the one thing about money is that our people didn't use money to exchange goods and services. That was something that was brought with colonization. So it's a construct of colonization. And I think of colonization as a waterfall. And this is a beautiful waterfall from Fort Lacloche in the Sagamok and Anishinaabe. It's also on a territory that's under claim right now. But what I really liked about it is that you have like the top part is really where the colonialism has occurred. The settlers came, and the decisions and the behaviors that they have, and those of their governments and all the corporations. And then the water that's falling over the rocks and that spray that's coming up. The first level I have on the top that's in the white bubbles, that's the disconnection. So colonialism, and I don't have to tell you because you have your own experiences. It's the disconnection from our family and community, from our land, all the beings that we share Mother Earth with, and our culture and language. That has created some negative outcomes that we are all still living with today. And that middle part of bubbles really are some of the social outcomes that we can all say that we've experienced. The health inequities that we have. My family, almost everybody in my family is living with diabetes and heart disease. I even see higher incidences of cancers now. So that's an outcome from colonization and all of the legislation and the different practices and the racism that occurred against us. We also have violence and exploitation. As Indigenous women, we all know the stats. We all feel concerned for our safety. But there's also the criminalization of Indigenous people, both with some racial profiling in the justice system. And then the last one, the cyclical poverty. And I wasn't sure whether to categorize it under social outcomes or the next level, which is financial exclusion. But cyclical poverty is, I think it's more all-encompassing. It's affected by everything else. It has an impact on all of those social outcomes. So that's kind of why I left it in that middle area, but it could also fall under in the next level, which really is the financial exclusion. And I think it's this financial exclusion which has us here today talking a lot about restoring economic abundance and community health. Because it's that exclusion that has kept us in this level of scarcity. And the great thing that I'm seeing now is that it's changing, that there are a lot of us who are getting that education, even elders who stopped going to school when they were younger, they're returning to school. Women particularly are pursuing degrees and getting higher paying jobs as a result of it. But we still live with this level of financial exclusion that has caused socioeconomic gaps like lower education levels, lower incomes, less access to education, those health inequities are directly connected to some of the issues around financial exclusion. More recently, we're experiencing digital inclusion. We are in a digital age now. Information is traveling much faster than it ever did, all over the internet. And many of our communities have limited access to the internet. It's not reliable often. And if it is, it may not be in your family homes. And students are having to rely on the internet for school now, but they often don't have it in their home. So there's still a lot of digital exclusion that's excluding us from opportunities. Then we have lots of financing barriers that Indigenous people as a whole experience. But because of our gender being women, we actually have more financing barriers. They're magnified compared to Indigenous men. Some of it's connected to sexism in the banking industry, to our access to education, but also because of our caregiver role. And then we're caregivers for our kids, but also for family members, our parents, our grandparents, aunties and uncles and cousins. So we take on a lot of responsibility of caregiving within our communities. There's a lot of geographic barriers because of our locations. Yes, there are some of us who live in urban centers. I live in one in Swakamuck. I've also lived in First Nations and have had lack of access to education again, to health services, lack of access to banking services, and then finally some limited training opportunities. So because of those geographic barriers, some of the financing barriers, the socioeconomic gaps, they're all interrelated. And if you want to talk to me some more later, this image of the waterfall, I think, can be expanded to have more details outlined. But I just wanted to give you a sense of this is what's happening this is what's happened from colonialism. We're feeling the digital exclusion, financial exclusion, and that's why we're at a point where we don't have all of the financial knowledge that we need to make decisions, to understand that we're facing a decision that has a financial impact. And it's not our fault. It's because of the racism and the oppression that occurred because of colonialism that we haven't had a chance to develop the skills. The good thing is we're now at a time where that is changing. I'm not the only one who has financial skills. Every one of you has financial skills in this room, and it's up to all of us to share that with our kids who are coming up behind us, our grandkids, but also the people, our peers. And I have to tell you now, I don't know everything. I know a little bit about banking and how to keep track of my money because I was taught how to do that. I know very little about investing. I took finance in college, and that was 30 years ago. So don't ask me any questions about financing. But I just want to give you this overview just so that you know, like, it's not your fault. If you feel that you don't have enough information to make decisions, it's not your fault. Don't feel bad. It was because of this oppression that has occurred that has kept us down, and I'm proud to see that we're changing that now. So we're living with scarcity. And if I know living with a mom who was raising 8 of us on welfare, I really saw, as much as I heard, we don't have enough money, I saw how she could stretch $1. And that's something that I think everybody in this room knows how to manage that scarce budget that they have. So I bet you're all experts at managing scarcity because that's all that that's what we've lived with. But that scarcity that comes from circumstances, that comes from colonization, comes from where we've grown up, but there's also some consequences to decisions. I've had some consequences where I've given my PIN to somebody. I have one example when I was in college. You know, when I was in college, when you walk in the doors to your college, you get a credit card if you want it. I got a credit card after never having managed money in my life. I got a credit card, and I didn't overspend myself. Honestly, I didn't. But there was a time where I rented a car for my sister who traveled. She ended up racking up like over $1,000 on my credit card. I was a student who was getting by, and it took me years to pay off that credit card. And that was the consequence that I made. I had even less scarcity at that for a couple of years because of the consequence of that decision. And then there's always luck. Luck has a lot to do with it too. How many people do you hear of, winning lotteries, winning raffles? That brings some level of abundance into your life. And where I mentioned earlier how there are some of those, you can use money for good, and there can also be some negative outcomes. And what I really wanted to talk a little bit about today was how do we move from scarcity to abundance? And people have already been talking in this conference about that and about just providing their knowledge and transferring some skills around that. But there are lots of opportunities for abundance. The lottery is not, it's a pretty chancy thing. And I have to tell you that when large sums of money come into somebody's life, you actually have some really different feelings because there's some change that comes with it. There's some remorse. There's fear of losing the money. There's guilt because you had that good fortune and people around you haven't had the good fortune. It causes a lot of stress. There's that fear, the people come out of the woodwork willing to exploit you. There's lots of exploitive salespeople, but there's also potentially pressure from family to spend your money on them. And it's different from our cultural practice of sharing our wealth, that communal wealth. It's when because I know everybody who I know, they do share with their family, but it's when somebody is putting more pressure on you and you start to feel that discomfort. And that's where that exploitation comes. So those are some of the concerns right around coming into sums of money. But I want you to know that it's natural. Everybody who comes into a sum of money has those feelings. I won Chase the Ace, a raffle in Wikwemikong, and I didn't win the big jackpot, but I still won like $13,000. And I was like, whoa, like this is amazing. What am I going to do with $13,000? So we drove to Wiki, and I got there, and they gave me cash, $13,000 in 20s. And we're driving, my husband was with me, and we were driving out of the community, and I could feel myself like getting this really tense. And I was like, oh my God, like what if somebody tries to rob us? Like, people saw us go into the place where you pick up money. And then I started to feel guilt because family members were not as fortunate as I was already to have an income. And then it's like, oh my God, like, you know, my sisters didn't win. Maybe they should have won and I shouldn't have. So I was feeling this guilt too. What do I do? How do I share this and still save some for my family, for my house, because I needed some repairs. So I went through all these feelings, but I had known about these feelings because I had done some training on this. What they call it sudden wealth syndrome. So I was driving thinking, oh my God, I'm feeling sudden wealth syndrome. So it doesn't matter what level of education you have, where you live, everybody feels it. So I just want you to share that with you, because if you know then, and when you come into especially a larger sum of money, then it's like, okay, you can take a second. Okay, I know what this is. Helen told me about this. I'm gonna feel it. This is what it is. Just take a pause and know you don't have to make any decisions with the money at that point. But there's lots of other opportunities to create abundance, and this is where it comes with some hard work maybe and some effort. Sometimes there's still luck involved, and there's your getting an education, developing a career for yourself, and you don't need a big education to have a career that still brings you more money. We've all seen and heard about the class action settlements that provide monies to people, the land claim settlements that come, and many First Nations provide the per capita distributions, insurance settlements. You total your vehicle, the insurance company is going to pay some money and then you have to decide how you're going to deal with that money. And I already mentioned lotteries. So the abundance can come to you from your personal effort, planning some entrepreneurship, doing some work on a business plan and starting your business. But it also can come from that group effort, like some of these class action suits. There's also the consequences of your decisions and your actions, like working hard, the money comes. There's always going to be luck though. So there's good luck and there's bad luck, but there's always an element of luck in it and being in the right place and the right time. I just want to talk a little bit about that and just some of those feelings that come, particularly when you have this sudden abundance come in. And I feel like when you're working towards it, it's a slower process. So then the steps are easier. Those changes come in smaller changes. They still build up to something bigger, but they seem to be more manageable. So I just wanted to share that with you. I'm not going to go into a lot of details on preparing how to do it because people have been talking with you about that already. I need to keep track of my time here. I need to wrap this up because I don't want to take time from everybody else. So just some of the preparation, really for me right now, I just really feel that knowledge is power. Just knowing that the abundance of money brings changes to your life will help you to understand that. It will help you to prepare it. Those emotions that are triggered, understanding that they're going to come will help you to recognize it and then to deal with it. You can even call up Nojmo Health and say, hey, I need somebody to talk to. Like I've got some real change happening in my life right now. So talk to people, people who you can trust and rely on. But look to role models. NACA is going to be talking. NACA has a number of role models that they have in a campaign that you can look to, and they're really proof that it's possible. We all need role models. We all need somebody to see that somebody has come before us and has had some achievement, because then that shows us that we can achieve as well. So look to the role models in your community, whether it's in your First Nation or in this female community that we have here, and just see what they have done. And you can even call on them, because particularly many Indigenous women entrepreneurs, and women in general, they're willing to share information to help lift up others. And then some of your preparation, quickly, you need figure out a vision. What do you want to do? What are your goals? Whether it's personal or business, and plan for the abundance. Know it's coming in, and you put it out there to the universe. Abundance is coming, right? And then plan for it. If it's personal, you might call it a spending plan or a personal budget. If it's for a business, then you're getting into your business plan. And that's really where you're putting it down on paper and really thinking how you're going to do this. And then track your spending. That's the accountant in me. You know, track what you're spending, how much money's coming in. You're going to do it. You should be doing it personally. And you're already doing it personally, even if it's just in your head. If it's your business, put it on paper. And then I just wanted also to get into entrepreneurship, because that is one of those ways that abundance can come. I was privileged to work with the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association in Magnolia on research on Indigenous women entrepreneurs. And it's pretty amazing what's happening with Indigenous women. These are just some stats that we gathered. They're all from the Census of Canada. If you look at the first chart on the self-employed Indigenous identity, the purple is the women. So the women, Indigenous women who identified as obviously Indigenous and women, and they reported as being self-employed in the census. So the total number of self-employed people, it's still higher for men. So in 2021, it was 42,000 compared to 33,000 for Indigenous women. But if you look at the slope, the slope of the change for women is higher, and that's really the second chart on this page. Between 2006 and 2011, Indigenous women entrepreneurs were already growing at a faster rate than men, so 21% quicker, higher than men were. Now between the 2016 census and 2021, the number of Indigenous women who are becoming self-employed, the growth rate is now almost 50% compared to 32 for men. So I'm suspecting by the next census that it will at least be equal to Indigenous men, if not beyond them. And I'm not that great at predicting, but we will see at the next census. And then another part of our research for the Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship Initiative was we did a survey of women across Canada. And so it was the very first survey where Indigenous women entrepreneurs were asked to use their voice. We had roughly 200 respondents, so it's not large when you think of how many Indigenous women entrepreneurs there are, but it was a start. And I think that those questions can still be used in future studies. But what we found was that women use their own savings to start their business, first of all, and they often started smaller, home-based businesses because they weren't able to rely on financing as much, because again, some of that financial exclusion that's happened. They started their businesses primarily because they were motivated for greater freedom and flexibility, to pursue a passion to create a product or service, and economic independence. But economic independence was the third highest of the responses. So that wasn't as important as some of these other factors. And then the top supports that they identified that they could use to help support Indigenous women entrepreneurs were the grants and contribution funding, and then training. And financial was a big part of it, like the business financing, the record keeping, the payroll obligations and remittances. So a lot of it was financial information. And then lastly, before Magnolia takes over, I just wanted to leave with this last slide. Indigenous women entrepreneurs, and I don't have to tell you, but they're great investments. Within the research, we saw that women have a long-term vision for their business. They seek out services and capacity building to help them start their business. They seek to build long-lasting relationships to help their business grow. They make calculated, rational decisions. They don't take risks as much as Indigenous men do. They're better investments from a financing perspective. The Indian Business Corporation in Alberta, they did an analysis of their clients, and their female clients had less loan write-offs and missed payments than their male clients. And then as a community, they contribute more to the community, creating more jobs than Indigenous male-owned businesses. They share their skills and their knowledge with other community members. They become role models. They often become leaders in their communities, and they're really changing the lives, not just of their families, but the community as a whole. So wanted to really pass this over now to Magnolia, and she can take over here.
Thanks, Helen. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to be here. My name is Magnolia Perron. I work for the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association, and I manage their women and youth programming. I'm from Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory and a member of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, but also have mixed ancestry. And just really happy to be here, really happy to co-present with Helen. As she mentioned, we worked on this research together, and oh, someone moved my slide. What happened? Okay, there we go. And also with Jacqueline and Ashley, who helped deliver the program on the ground. So I just want to talk a little bit about NACA, and then I'll talk about our Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship Program before I pass it on. So who is NACA? NACA is a national Indigenous organization. We're based in Ottawa, but we have a network of Indigenous-owned financial institutions all across the country. And our Indigenous-owned financial institutions, we also call them IFIs. So if I use that acronym, I'm just referring to the over 50 Indigenous financial institutions in Canada that work with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit businesses to provide financing and business support services. So we've been around for 35 years. We really act as a unified voice for the financial institutions. We we administer programming that is delivered by our network. We do capacity development, and we do a lot of advocacy with the federal government. IFIs are Indigenous owned and controlled community-based financial institutions. So that means their board of directors are made up of members of the communities they serve. And they provide financing as well as training and business support services to Indigenous entrepreneurs. So over the last 35 years, this just kind of showcases some of the success we've had. So in terms of lending, we've issued nearly 53,000 loans to Indigenous businesses, coast to coast to coast, accounting to $3.3 billion. And what's really cool about our network and the investing we do in Indigenous businesses, we find that our entrepreneurs pay back their loans. So our repayment rate is around 95%. And what this looks like in terms of impacts, we're contributing to Canada's GDP. So over the last 35 years, we've contributed over 12 billion and an additional 7 billion in labor income generated. And in terms of our more social impacts that we've had, we've moved over 8,000 people from being food insecure to having food security. We've moved over 6,000 people from having poor overall health to good or excellent health. We've also moved another 8,000 people from having poor mental health to reporting that they have improved good or excellent mental health. And we've also addressed housing suitability for our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. So talk a little bit about our Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship Program. This program was launched in March of 2022, and it's being delivered by 32 of our member Indigenous financial institutions. And before this program launched, we worked with Helen Bobby-Wash to do the research because we wanted to make sure that if we were going to develop a program, that it reflected the needs of Indigenous women across the country. And so the program that we developed was informed by that research. And it's made up of a few different components. One was ensuring that our members had dedicated business support officers that would be able to work with women entrepreneurs in the communities that they serve. The other was to offer advisory services. So by having that dedicated person, women could reach out to them, ask any sort of questions they have related to their starting or potentially growing their existing business. We also want to ensure that women have access to training. So we put on a variety of workshops on business finance, personal finance, just the idea of starting a business, so an introduction to entrepreneurship workshop and a variety of other topics. And then as we learned through the research, women also wanted access to grants. And so we have a grant and mentorship program, which I think Jacqueline will speak a little bit more about later, that combines mentorship as well as a micro grant. And the other thing that we offer is a microloan fund, which we'll also hear a little bit more about later. So when we initially were getting ready to roll out this program, we worked with our IFIs to really understand like what are some of the goals that we could set, what were some of the objectives we wanted to have for this program. So firstly, we wanted to increase our lending to Indigenous women entrepreneurs by 50% by 2025. So at the time when we did that research project, we understood that when we looked at all of the lending happening across our network, only 28% of all of the businesses supported were owned 100% by Indigenous women entrepreneurs. So we saw that there was clearly an inequity in terms of the number of women being supported by our network of Indigenous financial institutions. So we wanted to make sure that we were creating a program that was going to help us support more women. We also wanted to ensure an increase in the accessibility of entrepreneurship training and educational opportunities for Indigenous women that wanted to learn about entrepreneurship or just gain skills relevant to running a business. And then the last thing was around increasing networking opportunities for women so that they could come together. Because one of the things we heard from Indigenous women is they want more platforms like what we're doing this week together to come together and talk about some of the struggles, some of their successes, and learn from one another, because there's a lot of knowledge in the room. So our goals for the program, it started out as a 3-year program. It looks like we'll be able to extend it over the next 5 years, which is really, really exciting. But some of the initial goals was around supporting over 2,500 Indigenous women through some kind of advisory services over the 3-year program. We also estimated we'd do over 300 workshops to Indigenous women and be able to issue over 800 microloans. So just to kind of report on what success we've seen with the program so far. So we've been able to support our IFIs with hiring 25 dedicated business support officers. We have 2 of them on stage with us today. And we've approved over 330 microloans valued at over $6.3 million. And with that, we've been able to increase our lending across the network from 28%, we're currently at 34% based on the data from last March. So we know we're a lot higher now. And we've also put on over 200 over 200 workshops to over 2,900 participants, and over 2,300 women have been able to access some kind of advisory support through our network. And as I mentioned, this program is helping us work towards our goal of increasing lending to Indigenous women, as well as the number of women that are starting a business. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the women that we've supported through our program. So on the screen here, we have Emily McKinney. She has a company that manufactures jingle cones, and she's the only producer, I think, in North America, and she ships all over the world. So she was able to access a microloan through our program to support her business. Next, we have Linda Thomas. So she does smoked fish. She's based out in BC. So again, she was another recipient of our microloan fund. And then we also have Laura Mueller. She is from Matriarch Media. So she actually accessed our grant and mentorship program and was able to access a small micro grant, be matched with a mentor to support her with her business needs. And I just have a couple more. So we have Starlee Gladue. So she's a beauty esthetician. Her company is Beauty on the Block. So again, she was able to access some support through our network. And then lastly, Linda Thomas, or sorry, not Linda, Dorothy Monkman, apologies. And she has Heal Your Soul Therapeutic Services. So she works with family who have children in care to help bring our children back home. So I just wanted to share some of the examples of the women that have been supported through our program, just to really show the diversity of the types of businesses we support. But really our microloan program and our grant and mentorship program was really created to fill the gap, because in existing programs, a lot of the time they required you to be incorporated, they require you to be, running your business full time, and automatically those disqualify you from being able to access a grant or access a loan. So this program was started to support women that have these sometimes micro businesses, sometimes they're a lot bigger than that, but could be women who have part-time home-based businesses, to the examples I shared. So I have my contact information on the screen. I'm happy to connect with anyone if you want to learn a little bit more about NACA and our network, but we'll hear from Jacqueline next around some of the services they offer through their women's program. So thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Stott. I am the FNB business coach with First Nations Agriculture and Finance Ontario. So first, a little bit about myself. I graduated from public relations at Durham College. I worked after that in the music industry for about 5 years. After that, I worked in economic development for over a decade, and while I was working in economic development, I did run 2 successful businesses for over 6 years. So today, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about FNAFO. I'll go over the First Nations Women's Entrepreneurship Program. I'll go over our Grant and Mentorship Program. And then, as Helen mentioned, we'll save questions for the end of the presentations. So a little bit about FNAFO. We were formed in 1984. We're a not-for-profit organization, and we have offices in both Stirling and London, Ontario. We offer farm and commercial financing, agricultural extension, and business advisory services. So we serve a First Nation membership across Ontario. We have a board that covers 4 districts with 6 directors. Our directors are elected from FNAFO membership, and currently Amanda Iowanu is our chairperson. And I do apologize if I'm squinting. It was a bad day to break my glasses, so just bear with me here. So what does FNAFO do? We provide term loans, bridge financing, working capital for all types of businesses. We offer financing for First Nations businesses on and off reserve. We offer agricultural extension and advisory services and other services like consulting and record keeping. So a little bit about the FNW program. So the FNW's purpose, the goal is to support First Nation women entrepreneurs and to increase the number of First Nations women engaging in entrepreneurship. So some of the eligible businesses include startups or businesses looking to expand. They must be owned and operated by First Nations women with status that are 18 years of age or older. We support farm and food production businesses from across Ontario, and all business sectors are welcomed from applicants in Southern Ontario. We do support full and part-time businesses and businesses that are on and off reserve. So funding for eligible projects is up to $20,000. The maximum amount of microloan and grant is $19,000 because we do require 5% equity. So for the full amount, that would be $1,000. And 31% of the $19,000 is a non-repayable grant. So the terms on the amount that's not the grant is that you have 1 year with no payments. After that, you have 5 years to pay it off at 6% interest. So here's an example of breakdown example of our funding. So we have a $20,000 project for a farm startup. So we have equipment, seed and crop inputs, bookkeeping software, marketing and promotions, and all that totals up to $20,000. So the microloan portion of that would be $13,110. The grant portion is $5,890, and the equity requirement would be $1,000, equaling $20,000. And then just a quick other breakdown for half that, for $10,000 for a baking business. So we have baking equipment, website creation, marketing material, and baking supplies, all equaling up to $10,000. The microloan portion of that would be $6,555. The grant would be $2,945, and the equity portion of that would be $500. So I won't read out the list of eligible costs. Basically, if it's a business expense that makes sense, it's something that we would probably cover, well, we would cover. If you don't see it on the list and you have questions, feel free to ask me. The only exception is that we will not cover owner withdrawals. So in addition to the grant and the loan, we offer training workshops, mentoring, and coaching. So some workshop topics that we have done and will be doing are business planning, operations, marketing, business finance, social media, and of course, if there's any time that you have a topic that you would like us to cover that you don't see on the list, feel free to approach us. It's something that we would be willing to look at and possibly do a workshop about if there's enough interest. So in addition to workshops and training, one-on-one assistance is available throughout the entirety of the program. So I will help you every step of the way. That includes filling out the initial application, helping you with your business plan, your cash flow, your financials, marketing strategies, and anything else that pops up. So at no point in the process are you alone. So the process of an application for the FNWE program is you would send in your completed application form. I would then present that to our screening committee to review the application. If it's accepted by the screening committee, the applicant is then asked to prepare a business plan and a cash flow template. Once that's completed, you would send that back into me. I would then pitch it to our loan review committee. They would review the business plan, the application, and all the financial information. And then at that point, the project is either approved, more information is requested, or the project is declined. So I just wanted to talk about one of our clients who has had a lot of success since she joined the program. So Crystal Kahoko. Crystal Kahoko is the owner and operator of Coho Company Meats. Coho Company Meats is located in Pikwakanagan, Ontario. They offer high quality and low cost meat and deli products, and they also incorporate traditional Algonquin harvests of wild game for processing and packaging. Crystal was approved for the FNWE program in March 2023 for help growing her home-based business. She grew Coho Company Meat to capacity within the year, and she is now building her own butcher shop, again in Pikwakanagan, and that will service both on and off reserve clientele. So in Crystal's words, and I can't see that far, so. Since entering the FNWE program, my business has grown because I was able to purchase equipment and materials to increase my customer purchases of a wider variety of packaged and processed items. Now that I have gained materials and equipment for my store, I expect to have more than a 50% increase in sales. The FNWE program helped me with my business by providing tools and financing needed to succeed and business support to help grow my business. The FNWE business coach, Jacqueline, helped me with the process by giving me the push that I needed to and introduced me to resources and advice that helped me through the running of my business. Coaches provide guidance and motivation that is needed to succeed. I would highly recommend the FNWE program because it's important to have the support and guidance that is provided. So I'll talk about the grant and mentorship program that we offer now. So the purpose of this program is to match First Nations women entrepreneurs with potential or new business owners to create the foundation for launching a viable business. It provides all of the same resources that the FNWE program provides as far as training, workshops, mentoring, and coaching. But it also matches you with the mentor for that one-on-one mentorship experience. And there's also a micro grant to explore a new business idea. So eligible businesses include startups. You must be in operation under 1 year or have a viable business idea. You must be a woman or two-spirit individual, ages 18 years of age or older, with status. Farm and food production businesses from across Ontario, and just the same as with the FNW program, all business sectors are welcome from applicants in Southern Ontario, and full and part-time businesses are all eligible, and on and off reserve businesses are all eligible. So the grant and mentorship program offers up to $3,000 towards eligible business expenses. Same with the FNW program. I'm not going to list off all of the eligible business expenses, but if they make sense for your business, they would be eligible except for paying yourself. If you don't see it on the list and you have a question whether it would be eligible or not, feel free to reach out and we can discuss that. So what are the expectations of the mentees that are involved in the grant and mentorship program? Well, the mentee is to work with their mentor and myself, the FNW business coach, for a period of 6 months, meeting twice per month, to develop a roadmap that leads to the launch of a business. Financial and mentorship resources will be used against business expenses incurred. Mentee will have completed a full business plan and cash flow at the end of the 6-month mentorship relationship, and that's done with the help of the mentor and myself. And the mentee may then be invited to apply for the FNW microloan and grant program after they complete the grant and mentorship program. So the application process for this program is once your application is received, if we need more information, we'll contact you. When all the information is obtained, your information will be screened for eligibility. Once screened, if accepted, the mentee will be contacted with a decision about your application, and you'll be matched with a mentor. And here's my contact information as well. I have a booth over at the vendor in the vendor room, so if you want to come and see me and ask any questions or have a conversation, please feel free to do so. Thank you.
Where is it? We're here.
I think we need to bring up another presentation to our gentleman in the back of the room, please.
Bonjour, hello. My name is Ashley LaBelle, and I'm the Women in Business Coordinator at NADF, located in Thunder Bay, Ontario. I'm feeling very honored to be standing here and to be working with a lot of the self-starters out there and helping them access the funding that are available to them. And here's a little bit about NADF. NADF services Treaty 359, Robinson Superior, and Independent First Nations. There are 89 First Nation communities. Many of them are remote communities. We have an office of 17 staff members with 2 locations, the head office being in Thunder Bay and the second in Timmins, Ontario. How my role helps. As the Women in Business Coordinator, there are 3 parts to my role at NADF, and that is to guide inquiries, host community workshops, and an event coordinator. I also make recommendations for loans, grants, loan monitoring, and client monitoring, which is just checking in on clients and seeing if payments are updated. Oh, and then also workshops are to network, learn a new business skill, and business strategies. So the Indigenous Women Entrepreneurs IWE program is up to $20,000. of loan and grant that helps women with financing, bad credit, and to start or expand existing businesses. There is a formula we follow of 5% equity, which is just a term to utilize your own money to contribute to yourself and your business. 45% grant, this is money that you do not have to pay back. It's kind of like a gift. And 50% loan, and this is at an 8.5 interest rate. And this may be repayable over a 5-year span. Another program we offer for the women in business is the Women Entrepreneur Loan Fund, and that is up to $50,000. Once again, you'd contribute your 5% equity with an 8.5 interest rate. And also, this is, what is it? I don't know. Anyways, so this is like a microloan financing program designed for part-time or home-based Indigenous-led businesses requiring smaller loans and who may lack access to conventional financing. Depending on what your needs are, this is a stepping stone to working for yourself. Oh, and the basic eligibility is for Indigenous women, two-spirited, over the age of 18, not too different from Jacqueline's program, and locating and operating in the NADF service area. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of barriers that I've noticed while working with Indigenous women in the short amount of time that I've been working at NADF. And I found that some women, when they're dealing with their own personal traumas, they're creating barriers and obstacles in front of them that are preventing them from moving forward with their application or starting their business, even brainstorming an idea. So we figured of coming up with a solution of incorporating certified therapists and counselors into our workshops and conferences to help with the coping skills and overcoming these personal traumas that they're dealing with, and so they can kind of focus on themselves and their own healing. Let's see, and another one is credit. So either you have no credit or bad credit. I know it can be a little intimidating, especially coming to a financial institution. And there are ways that we would guide them through handling whatever your personal situation is. It's as simple as making a phone, guiding you to make a phone call to creditors, and making those payment arrangements, or there are even guarantor options if you lack of credit. So another example here are the feelings when dealing with, when going through the process of the application, the screening. And so for instance, I've been working with a client. She was screened favorably, but it wasn't the outcome that she was hoping for. So she kind of was feeling defeated because the screening committee, they required a little bit more information on what her finances were. Was she able to take on the payments, and finances? So she was feeling a little defeated because it wasn't the outcome she hoped for. She immediately wanted to give up, withdraw her application. And so me working with these women, I have the opportunity to work one-on-one, do community visits, and to break down everything step by step, I've explained the letter of offer, break down what she needed, and setting small goals that were achievable for her and breaking down what she needed to do to move forward. So in the end, she ended up starting to feel good, and she was starting to achieve these small goals. And I continued to work with her. We have open communication, and we're always brainstorming around which way she can go with her business, and soon she'll be moving forward with her application. a little update. Currently, I'm working with 5 women. 2 are in the screening process, and 2 we're getting into the application and their business planning. So in the brainstorming process, there has been 6 loans dispersed. 1 is in default, but NADF, we're pretty flexible throughout the process. Even when clients go through default, we work with them in trying to meet their needs, and we understand that everyone is human. We always want you to succeed. Like the Y in the NADF vivid vision of prosperity, yes, we can do it, is a way we say we are fully committed 100%. This is my contact, the CEO, Brian Davies, he's on there, and we would love to hear from you if you have any questions. Miigwech, and thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. I really appreciate, I just wanted to comment before I opened it up for questions. I really appreciate what Ashley shared, particularly around that cycle when you apply. First off, you take so much courage to actually apply for the loan, and then sometimes, as you mentioned, it might not be the outcome you were hoping for, and it can be so defeating. But I love that you highlighted the support that's made available through your organization and organizations like the one Jacqueline works for. So I really appreciate you highlighting that. Yeah. But we wanted to also make sure we had lots of time for questions. We provided a lot of information, so we just wanted to open it up to the floor if anyone had any questions or comments they wanted to share. And yeah, we're here to help and answer any questions you have. Yeah. Yeah, I think from kind of, I can speak from a national perspective, and then I'll maybe let Ashley and Jacqueline answer. I think sometimes it depends on when the board or the loan committee meets. So sometimes that might be on a quarterly basis, so it can vary, but maybe Jacqueline or Ashley, if you want to chime in.
Hello. Usually it would take up to 4 to 6 weeks, depending on, once again, when we get together and we have the opportunity to complete the screening and meet up with the screening committees and make those decisions, and then follow up with the client and seeing. And it also very much depends on the client and how quickly they can come up with all of their information that we need to move forward as well.
And FNAFO is very similar in that it really does depend on how fast we get the materials back from the client. The screening process usually takes no longer than a week or 2. And then once we get the business plan and cash flow back and I do the request to our loan review committee, it depends when they have time to go over it. But again, I would say, yeah, very close to the 4 to 6 week mark.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions? I think we have a mic. Oh, perfect. We'll just go here and then.
Hi, my name is Carrie Lynn. I just had a question for all the organizations on the panel today. I think the economic value that you bring is tremendous. So I just wanted to know, is there any plan for workshops for Indigenous women that are supporting themselves with their own finances, especially given some of the settlements that we're going to be going through? So not necessarily for Indigenous women that need the economic, but the support in how to set up a business?
Yeah, I can answer that. So our workshops are open to all First Nations women. So you don't have to be a client, you don't have to be going through for a grant or a loan or anything like that. You're welcome to join the workshops regardless.
Pretty much, like Jacqueline said, it is open to everybody, but that is good because you are asking if with the high capital amount of money that you will be acquiring, you're asking if there would be any support workshops in helping you navigate through the spending process, I guess, and investing in yourself and your business. And that's something that I believe that would be a need, and I will definitely look into that when I get back home. Thank you.
I can add a little bit as well for that. So if you're in the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory and you're coming into money because of the per capita distributions from the annuities, Wabatek Business Development Corporation, so they're another Indigenous financial institution, but working in that area, they actually have done a couple of workshops in the communities to talk about financial capability. They're also talking about banking and some other issues. But as part of that, they are showcasing that entrepreneurship is one way to use your money and to make more money off of it. So their workshop specifically also addresses that with respect to the per capita distributions. And I was just talking to the general manager, Dawn Madabi, and she did say they want to hold some more workshops in the coming months. So if you don't have their contact information, I can get it to you. Miigwech.
Did somebody else have a question?
Sorry, if I could just add quickly. I thought Helen was going to mention it, but she didn't. One of the things Helen also supported NACA with after the research project was developing a whole series of workshops on financial capability. So our member Indigenous financial institutions have access to that. And it's not so much related to managing the finances in your business, but even just kind of around personal finance, and a lot of the concepts that you just mentioned are included in that workshop too. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, this is for Jacqueline. Okay, that's your booth that's set up over on the other side, right? Where the sales are.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I just came from there and I was looking at all that's on there. And although we don't have a lot of women in the agricultural area, that was some of the things that were highlighted, we do have men who have boards of directors where women are sitting there. So like they're men-led because of the agricultural piece. Some of the traditional ways of doing some things. So is this open to men and women?
No, so we do have programs that are open for everyone, but these specific programs are for women specifically.
Okay, yep, that's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nope, who's first? Paper, rock, scissors. You go first.
It was just with regards to the agricultural program that you were mentioning. Now, would solar farms be something that would be looked at?
That's a very good question. That would be something that I would not have to look into before I gave you a firm answer on that. So if you don't already have my card, come and visit me at my table. I'll give you my card and I will find out and I can let you know as soon as possible.
Hi, it's Carrie Lynn again. I have a question for Jacqueline. A couple of things. I know there's a bit of focus on agriculture. Is there plans to expand beyond that to include those businesses? I think it's in Southern Ontario. And can you describe what Southern Ontario means?
So Southern Ontario, right now, it's from Barrie down. So Barrie right down to the bottom of Ontario. Yes, exactly. And that's all commercial businesses. So that can include agriculture, but all business types. Above that, so north, we can do only agricultural type projects. And that's because there are other IFIs that work there that we don't want to step on their toes. So we would refer you to them if your business wasn't agricultural in nature and you were in one of their areas.
Great. And one more question, Jacqueline. You said that to qualify for some of the programs, you had to be status. So does that include Métis status as well?
No, just First Nations.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I can just add on to that. So in terms of our full list of our Indigenous financial institutions in the province of Ontario, if you go to NACA's website, so just www.naca.ca, and then we have a IFI tab. You can see the full list and the map of the IFIs to figure out which one would be in your region or would serve the community you're located in. You can also send myself, or we have kind of a general NACA inbox an email, and we can help make that connection. And then we also have, they're based in Ottawa, Métis Voyager Development Fund, and they serve Métis entrepreneurs across the province. And they also deliver our women's program.
Great, thank you.
Miigwech, I really appreciated listening and learning, and I know that there's so many things. You talked about a barrier that I'm kind of wrestling with. Maybe it's not a question, it's more of a comment. And how can we think about this in like a bigger way, and recognizing that our people were nomadic and we moved, and like I just shared, I'm from Flying Post Timmins and now I live in Sudbury, but my home community is near Thunder Bay. And so when I'm looking at, do I do NADF? Am I Wabatek? Am I down? So I don't know. I travel a lot to Toronto. Like, where do you fit, right? And so it seems like there's all these kind of like not barriers, because they're not, but it's like, is there a way that we can look at it kind of like holistically, especially with inflation? Like, I mean, these grants are wonderful, but it's like $5,000 doesn't pay my internet bill at this point, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's really tricky. So it puts us in a position, whereas if your organizations like Brian and Dawn, are getting together and saying, all right, we have this person, who's looking at this agriculture project. Okay, how are we then wrapping around the way we used to do things traditionally is wrap around our people with gifts that have ideas and then come together and figure out how we're going to support that person versus, they're in Southern Ontario now or they're here now and they're there now. Like those levels. So maybe it's just a comment because I have found that talking to other entrepreneurs and you're hitting all the barriers and you're creating the solutions for everyone, which I think is great. But people end up falling through the cracks because of the processes, and our processes are colonial, but they're colonial because we're getting the funding from the government that's colonial, and then you have to do your reporting from them. But is it actually like on the ground? What does that look like? So maybe just more of a comment, but not to take away, I hope I don't sound negative, but it's just like, how do we work together to figure these things out on a bigger scale?
For sure. I definitely don't have the answer, and I can certainly understand sometimes it can be really confusing, even for me. And I work at NACA, and we'll have someone reach out being like, which IFI do I go to? And it's like, yeah, well, I'm from this community, but I live here and I operate my business here. And we struggle sometimes, and we're working internally to come up with a better tool to help entrepreneurs navigate that, and of course internally as well. So agree, lots of room for improvement there, and it's definitely on our radar. But I think to answer not to answer, but to just respond to the second part of your comment, one thing that's been really incredible to see through the Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship Program, part of the program which I didn't speak about is bringing the business support officers together. So we bring them together anywhere from 3 to 4 times a year to put on training, capacity development, et cetera. But a real goal of bringing the business support officers together is to build those relationships so we can have that network. So if Jacqueline's working with a client here in Toronto, that person is moving to Ashley's neck of the woods, that we can make those connections and hopefully have a more seamless process for the entrepreneur. And we've seen that in Saskatchewan, where we have 3 IFIs delivering the program, and they work really closely. They even partner on workshops and things like that. So we've been trying to promote that too, because I agree, I think the more we work together, hopefully less women slip through the cracks. Yeah, thank you for your comment.
So I wanted to also speak to just the limitations, right, of the funding amount. So the 5,000 is a micro, like really micro grant, micro financing for women, because there was the gap for women who were starting part-time, who didn't need a lot of money, who didn't want to take on a lot of debt or take on a lot of money to start their business. It was to fill that gap where they didn't have access to any of that smaller amount of financing. You heard Ashley talk about that there was up to 50,000 available through another program for women. And then the Indigenous financial institutions also have like a broader financing program that you can also access. And they just normally you talk to somebody, like you go in to talk to Ashley or Jacqueline, and just talk about your business and what do you want to do. And then you come up with the dollar value, and then they're the ones who are figuring out what pot of money that they're going to access for you. It's not up to you to say, okay, I want to access this particular program. And the IFIs are really good at figuring out how to best support the business. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that prior to having this Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship program and the women business coordinators, clients would go into the IFIs, and the IFIs are doing a really great job to help the Indigenous entrepreneurs as best as they can, but we found that Indigenous women needed more support. And it is that wraparound service where when you see Ashley or Jacqueline or the other women business coordinators, they're doing the counseling and some of that preliminary work to help women get to the point where they have a business plan that can be assessed for financing. So they're doing a lot more. They're on the back end. They're also supporting with the more workshops and training. So I do feel like it's, yes, there's always room for more, but I feel like it really has filled some of those gaps and provided the supports that women were needed to wrap around that whole process of operating a business, and not just like you would go to a bank and say, okay, I need funding. He's going to say, where's your business plan? Oh, I don't have it. Okay. You're not eligible. So it does fill some of the needs, and maybe not all of them, but the women business coordinators are doing a great job at providing expanded services that weren't available prior to the funding.
I think we have time for maybe one, maybe two more questions, if anyone has any.
Sarah, you look like you have a question. Wolf? No? Anyone?
Oh, there's a question back here, Michelle. I don't see you, but
I didn't see your tiny little hand.
Thank you. I have a million questions, actually, but that's just me. So one of the things that really I find very, very challenging is to know when to do what. And so, you know, like, I guess guidance on when is it time to incorporate? When is it time to, I was talking to the women from the CCAB yesterday, and they're like, you need to have the intellectual property. Like, you need to get moving on that, and you need to do this, and you need to do that. And I'm like, I need people to tell me that stuff, because I'm a newbie, and I'm going into areas that I'm not familiar with. And so I think that's one of my biggest challenges is like, and is there funding for that, right? To do like the legal stuff. And when do you do the legal stuff? And how do you find people that you can trust to do that stuff? And like, I think like it's the nuts and bolts, I think that that is so helpful. I mean, it's great to hear about everybody's, you know, wonderful, all the wonderful stuff they're doing, but how did you get there? And what supports do you need? And how do you negotiate this foreign landscape?
I actually have something for that. Surprise, surprise. So Denton's law firm has a program where you pay $500 and you get $5,000 worth of service. They incorporate your business. They help you with your HST, GST. They, what's the other thing? Intellectual property is a thing of it as well. So when we send out our email at the end of the event, I will gladly put her contact information in there. There's 3 women. One of them is Indigenous. But it's a great thing that they have, and it's for anyone that's a woman, like the offering for $500 for $5,000 in service. But I don't know if you guys have stuff too, so I will give it to you, Magnolia.
Yeah, well, one thing I can speak about that NACA has, we developed in Ottawa an Indigenous business hub, and we have a bunch of different advisors that entrepreneurs can meet with one-on-one. So we have like legal counsel, we have someone who does bookkeeping, we have just kind of our more general like entrepreneur and expert in residence that, you know, they kind of have knowledge in all different topics because they've started multiple businesses. So while right now we primarily serve the National Capital Region, like people, because we mostly offer our services in person, for some of our meetings, there is an opportunity to meet with people virtually. So I'm happy to connect with you afterwards. And we want to see more of these hubs open up across the country because of the services we can provide. So yeah, thank you for your comment and question.
Comment.
Yeah, sorry.
We have one more.
I just want to make a comment which is totally unrelated to that. So I'll let this question go.
No, I was going to ask if anybody had one more. Yeah, what time?
So I'll share my comment then. So I just wanted to thank Ashley for bringing up the issue of trauma, because we all experience trauma, right? We experienced the intergenerational trauma, but we all have personal trauma that we've experienced. And that was part of the, you know, as women that we do carry more. We carry more responsibility as well as the trauma. And that recognition is really important. And I think that's one of the barriers, right? When you're going to a mainstream bank and you're talking to a man, normally a man who's sitting in the seat looking at loan decisions, they don't understand the trauma. And that when we did the survey of the Indigenous women across Canada, some of them actually provided really detailed comments about going in to a bank looking for financing, and they were re-traumatized by this man that they had to talk to, who just, to them, didn't really feel like they had listened to them. So this is why I really feel like it was important to have women delivering services to women and using a trauma-informed approach in the workshops. So it's really important, I think, recognizing that and even every day recognizing in ourselves that we do live with trauma and that we have experiences. I sometimes have reactions that some people are like, whoa, like, what's going on? And then it's like, after the fact, I realized, oh, that's because I was triggered in something. So I just appreciate that acknowledgement of the trauma, and that it comes into everything in our life, including the business and how we access support to start businesses. So miigwech.
Oh, my favorite question person.
It's actually not a question, just a brief. You reminded me of way back when eons ago, and when I had, I was a university student, and I didn't know much about banking. And anyway, so I had to do something, and I had this bank. Needless to say, I didn't last long in that bank. And I didn't know much about money, finances, whatever. And I went in and I had to do, you know, like, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to have enough, because I had a little guy. And university, little guy, daycare was expensive already then. It's atrocious, I hear now. And and how to make my rent. And I had a part-time job all the way through university. And so anyway, I knew I was a few dollars short. So I go and talk to the teller and I say, how do I do this? How do I do this? All of a sudden, this big burly guy from the back comes out and says, give her overdraft, come and talk to me in my office, he tells me. And so I thought, wow, what is overdraft? So the lady explains to me, and she kind of goes, you better go to his office. And what came out of there was this man propositioned me. And basically that he would yank that overdraft. So since then, and I was already in my early 20s, I still feel, even though I'm 60 next weekend, and I still have this tug when it's time to go and talk to bank personnel, especially if they're male. Yeah. So those things still, if they're not worked through, and if we still see the same behaviors occurring in businesses that are deemed as higher than us, they still affect us, even though we're otherwise very powerful in our own spheres of life. I don't know if I'm making sense.
You
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, all power to us.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. That's really important for us to all remember, right? And I'm really sorry that that's happened to you, and it happens to too many people in our communities. And happy birthday.
Good afternoon. We're going to get started. Thanks for being with us. How many of you were here for the workshop yesterday for part one? It's about half. Okay, awesome. So we'll just very quickly introduce ourselves in that case. I'm Jacqueline Jennings. I'm of mixed heritage. I'm Cree, Anishinaabe, Red River Métis, and of European settler descent by way of New Zealand on my mom's side. And my dad's family originated in and around Moose Factory, but over the last 5 generations have slowly and surely moved west. So the majority of my family's now in around Lac La Biche and Buffalo Lake, and some of them have ended up in Montana. So I was born and raised in unceded Squamish Nation territory on the west coast outside of Vancouver, and I live there today near the village site of Chiquelp. Very grateful to the ancestors who've cared for that land, who's cared for them, and is now cared for me and my son, who's 10. I'm a mother and a rescue animal collector. I wanted to say like a fur baby parent, but I don't even know if horses have fur. Like I think it's just hair. So there's horses and dogs and various animals, creatures just that rely on me to keep them alive, keep showing up. I'm also an impact investor. So I spent 4 years working for the only Indigenous venture fund, Raven Indigenous Capital. I'm the founder of the Fireweed Institute, which is a center of excellence in Indigenous entrepreneurship and innovation, an investor in residence with Roan Horse Consulting, and I'm a trauma of money facilitator. I do a few other things, as almost all Indigenous women do. We all have many jobs and wear many hats. So I'm so excited to be here with you today, talking about this and having the opportunity to go deeper into this work. Usually when we get asked to talk, they're like, can you do all of this in 1 hour, one time? And to have 2 90-minute workshops feels so spacious and rich. And this is Carol Ann, my co-facilitator.
Ani, Sakajaway Makade Panesi Conditioning Cause, Gagoon and Dodam, Lavac, Minwa Biscotasing and Dunjiba, and Kingston and Da, Nimanoa Gaye, Nimanwenda Moma, Ayayan Nugom. I'm also Anishinaabe language learner, and I shared my name as a Black Thunderbird woman on the horizon. And I grew up in the area called Lavac and Biscotasing near Sudbury, Ontario. And I currently reside in Kingston, Ontario. I'm very happy to be here with you today. So I shared those messages. I'm also a former engineer, and that presentation this morning talking about the underrepresentation in technical fields, I think it was 0.5% are Indigenous, and I'm sure females even lower. And being in the field of finance is similar statistics, if not even less. So I really like to encourage anyone who has influence over young people to think of this career as well. I've got lots of inspiration from the speakers around employment in this industry. That talk this morning was good for the technical side. And then on the slide, of course, you can see some of my work history. I'm a member at Sagamok Anishinaabeg First Nation in the Robinson-Huron Treaty area. And I'm a financial planner and investment manager. So I really like to see all these women here today that we're grabbing that education from the Western world, and we want to move forward with our values, and that's what we hope to do today, is to start using a lot of the knowledge that's out there, but infusing our way of seeing things going forward. Okay, I'm going to just read this slide out for you. I understand that the trauma of money method works at a deep emotional level, and myself and fellow participants may decide to share personal information. So at all times, I have the right to decide on the degree of my sharing and to ask for further explanation or support, and that applies to all of us. And as well, because of the sensitive nature of the subject, I will do my best to prioritize the safety and care of my nervous system as well as this journey. Oops, my glasses, I'm going to need them. On this journey, even if that means I need to step away. So this applies to all of us. In many circumstances, honoring my needs helps create a safer space for the collective. So if that's the best thing for all of us. As a psychoeducation program, trauma of money is not a substitute for mental health care or medical care. So if at any time you feel emotionally activated to the point it feels out of your control, please seek the help you need in the form of a healer, community, or professional therapist, or contact your leadership and we can put you in touch with resources.
Thanks so much. So I'm going to just tell you what we're up to today. So we're going to, Carol Ann's going to walk us through really briefly what we got into yesterday for those of you who weren't here. And then we're going to explore all things financial shame related. Then we're going to move, because of the deep connection with that, into some work around lateral violence and lateral kindness. And then an exercise around reimagining capitalism and removing obstacles, and then a harmonizing exercise. We didn't do this yesterday, but we have worksheets if anyone is really into that. So I'm going to hand them out while Carol Ann talks us through what we got up to yesterday. You do not have to take one, so I'll just come and offer them and let me know if you want them.
All right, thank you, Jacqueline. So I'm going to do a quick overview of what we covered yesterday. So at a high level, the trauma of money, the idea is that it brings together how our minds process trauma, and that helps us understand and evolve our relationship with money. Because let's face it, many of us and our ancestors have had a painful and shameful relationship with money. And due to some of the historical contexts we've lived through, and these contexts are colonization. We know what that is. Colonizers came and, left us with very little. Patriarchy, the role of women and controlling our own destinies and participating fully in government and economies. And capitalization, where the very rich at the top reap all the rewards, and the riches aren't shared broadly. It's at the expense of workers and the planet often. So we looked at those generational and historical contexts and understand that the impact of these systems, they're at odds with goals of financial liberation. We want to have more freedom. Financial equity, we want a more equitable share of finances, and collective abundance as opposed to the very few at the top getting very rich and not distributing it more broadly. So during that process, we looked at how our brains work. And if anyone was here, you remember the hand model where our executive function is at our fingertips and our emotions and feelings are more like the palm of our hand. And our thumb is our brainstem, and it's the very old automatic part of our brain. So our fingertips are our thinking and language, and middle is our feelings. And when we experience trauma, they can say we flip our lid and the alarm goes off in the automatic part of our brain, and the other at the expense of the other parts of our brain. And it's a very neurological process. So our brains aren't thinking at their optimum when we're in a trauma state. So we looked at that. And we also did a little bit of sharing of some money stories. And when we bring it all together, looking at the legacy, how our brains work, our early experiences with money, the goal is that we can start to discern these influences on our money thoughts, our money feelings, and our money behaviors. And with that, we can decrease our shame, and we can move towards a relationship with money that really serves our goals in a greater way. That's high-level overview.
Thank you so much. It occurred to me we should explain the worksheet, so I just put this slide in here. This is from our work together yesterday. So just really briefly, we went into how scarcity, our brain doesn't know the difference often between scarcity and trauma. So a low bank account balance or a bill arriving in the mail can feel the same and do the same things to our nervous system as trauma. And so that either perceived scarcity, so scarcity mindset, or trauma can lead to some of these, what we call in conventional psychology, they would call money disorders. We try and use the language of money disruptions. Disorders is, well, I know, we can talk about that after. But anyways, so some of these that come up that some of these might feel familiar would be financial avoidance. So a behavior of like not opening the bills, not checking our bank account balance. Excessive risk aversion, so like not wanting to invest our money in anything and just maybe like keeping it even in a mattress. Underspending, so that might even be like having the money and not paying the bill because you just don't want to spend anything. You're kind of like frozen. I really appreciate the laughter and relating that I see because that's a very confusing behavior. You're like, I had the money, I just didn't make the payment, and now things are worse. Hoarding wealth, this is one that we experience in our society that actually gets rewarded. So like the best money hoarders get put on the cover of magazines and given trophies. Compulsive spending, so like just mindlessly spending without any intention or need. Gambling and excessive financial risk-taking, so that's like a soothing behavior. Financial infidelity within a relationship. Financial codependency, and then financial abuse. So using money as a form of control in an abusive situation. So the worksheet has pretty straightforward instructions if you want to go in and sort of identify your money disruption. Sometimes just hearing the list is enough. You're like, oh, bingo, that one. But there's some questions in here that goes into like, what size is it in comparison to me? You can draw, you can doodle, you can write. What does it look like? What would your money disruption look like if it was a creature or a character? What narratives do you feed it? And how has it served you in the past? Because we didn't develop these behaviors for no reason, and there usually was a way that we were trying to keep ourselves safe. So that is my very quick rundown. So please come and find me afterwards if you have any more questions about the worksheet. Do you want me to just go into this next one? Okay, so we've talked about scarcity, we've talked about trauma and the trauma of money, and the next topic we're going to move into is financial shame. So what these have in common is that they are all things that impact our relationships with money. I mentioned this yesterday, but just as a reminder, in a trauma state, every response is in an action, in survival instead of cognitive choice. So what Carol Ann just said about, the fire alarm in the brain going off, we don't have a lot of time to find the right words or analyze all sides and all solutions. We just maybe jump into survival mode. Yesterday we went through this again, but this is the trauma of money method. And Carol Ann, do you want to just briefly walk us through the wheel?
Okay. I think the notes are on this one, so I'm going to slide over.
We are moving out of perfectionism.
Yes. Okay. So, yeah, I think we spent quite a bit of time on this yesterday, but for the benefit of those who weren't there, we're going to start at generational trauma. And this is like trauma we've inherited from our ancestors. You've probably heard of, like, through our DNA, like epigenetics, we inherit certain things from our ancestors. So that's that piece about intergenerational experiences. Then relational trauma is more related to our present family and people we're in relationship with. It could be our parents, our spouses, and that sphere of people in our life. And if you picture spheres, it kind of gets bigger and bigger. Then we have society, and that is things like the dominant culture, how we should all be spending money because that's going to make us feel better. Those messages we get about perfectionism, racism, that's a part of our dominant culture, the white supremacy we see. So that's all that layer, like an onion. And then above that, we have systemic and trauma in a social context. And these are systems that could be our education systems, our banking systems, the legal systems we are under. We see how people are treated, sometimes videos on the police, how they're handling things, the medical system, our systems of government. So those are all another level of where we experience trauma. And then as we move around the circle, we get to the laws of nature. And I feel like even my own self, I feel like I'm calming down now because we come to that model and we really see a model of reciprocity and how with nature, everything is shared. We breathe the oxygen that the trees give off, and those trees gather their energy from the water and the sun, and we know how water cycles through the systems. The systems are very holistic, and there's a lot of reciprocity in that, the laws of nature. And then the final part of this loop ends on financial literacy. And until you really walk through every one of those steps, I don't think you can fully appreciate and absorb and be open to the last step around financial literacy. I think we have to look at the whole context of what's in this model before you get to that step. I think you need to look at it in that circle. Okay, so that's an overview.
Thank you. Thanks, Carol Ann. Yeah, the financial literacy coming last is really significant because there's in our research, There's a lot of research out there that no amount of financial literacy will penetrate if you're in a trauma response. So because of what's happening to our brain, it's not receptive to new ideas, taking on new information. So financial shame is a familiar feeling for many. Shame feels like the threat of abandonment or isolation. In an economic culture founded on scarcity, we talked about that yesterday, the definition of economics is basically the management of scarcity. Our economic system founded on scarcity, competition, and exclusion. This isolated feeling compounds, leading to avoidance, freeze, and unhelpful soothing behaviors. So the opposite of shame is pro-social shame, or simply put, acceptance and belonging. We sometimes think that we may think that like pride is the opposite of shame, but it's actually acceptance and belonging. So shame feels like this threat of abandonment, that we won't be worthy of love and acceptance. And acceptance and belonging, what does that look like in our society as humans who are herd animals? Security. So it actually can lead to a sense of unsafety. And then these soothing behaviors that result from shame can look like overspending. They can even look like substance abuse, right? So trying to soothe that shame, which is this, very much, if those of us who have any experience in addiction and recovery, we know that addiction or substance abuse is a disease or a behavior of isolation, and it can be the exact same with money. I'll leave that one to you.
Okay. Oops. So, like anxiety, shame is an intense, overwhelming effect associated with autonomic nervous system activation. It includes inability to think clearly and a desire to hide or flee. Like anxiety, it can be contagious.
So it can flood our nervous system and we can go into a trauma response. So we're going to take a moment to talk about what happens. We know within financial trauma, these are the traditional psychological definitions. That's defined as trauma as a result of something specifically to do with money, like these examples. So chronic financial distress and inability to retire, or economic abuse, even poverty is innately traumatic. So what we noticed in our research around financial shame is that it layers entirely over this earlier model around trauma. So this is, if you've been exposed to the trauma of money before, this is some new material that will just be coming up in the next training cohort around financial shame. So what we noticed is this mirroring, and it's because shame and trauma are so correlated. So shame, one of the important things to know is shame comes from external sources. So like an ancestral lineage within a relationship with a caretaker, so that's the relational shame. Like maybe you heard growing up that rich people were evil. And now you have money and it feels like it's part of your identity, this like darkness. So what are some of the narratives that have been placed on you by society as a result of your identity? This is in the societal shame. So for example, a professional who's also a first-generation immigrant would have some expectations put on them by society that are related to their identity. The same with being an educated white man and with being an Indigenous woman, society has these expectations as a result, and narratives about us as a result of our identity. So that could look like being followed around in a store, As an Indigenous woman, that's something that a lot of us experience that has nothing to do with anything we've done as individuals and is a projection and a narrative from society.
I was just going to add this example too, where I think sometimes companies have equity numbers and people think, oh, she might just be here to bring the numbers up, like she's not really here to because she's smart or adding value. I think that's another example of the expectations or shame.
Society's narratives, yeah, absolutely. And then in systemic shame, in a social context, in dominant culture, there are systems that just completely exclude people. And a lot of these systems exist in the financial world, the business world, and can make us feel like we're bad or not good enough or like we've done something wrong. An example of this would be affordability. So it's not our individual fault that inflation and greed has impacted grocery prices, but we might carry shame about the choices that we're making at the checkout in the grocery store as a result of unaffordability. Maybe cheaper ingredients, like less quality ingredients or less healthy food choices for our families. And oftentimes when we make decisions about money, we might feel shameful about our choice versus the conditions created by the system that are beyond our control because of the values, the systemic values around financial values and shame, which is this propensity to make the individual responsible for the circumstances as opposed to putting any blame on the system. So let's talk about the core values of systemic shame. We've found that financial shame and systemic shame are the same, so they're interchangeable. And they operate in the same way. They come from the same place. They're rooted in the same core values. And those are individualism, so that's isolation and also competition. Consumerism, which is where our value is associated with what we can buy or own. Perfectionism, so this is an endless and flawless work is all that matters. Wealth, so this idea of a conventional ideal of wealth, so wealth hoarding, financial wealth, and the power that comes with that. And then number 5 is personal responsibility. As I just mentioned, that change only happens through a person's willpower and strength, as opposed to being influenced by all of these other factors. So, the other thing that really impacts shame, and because of these core values of shame, in our research, we've also found that trauma survivors, even positive events can trigger shame. So, an example would be, it's not safe to succeed, I'm not worthy, it's less risky to keep myself small. So this is where financial healing can be a little bit of a double-edged sword. The conscious shame, the shame from society's negative stereotypes and narratives around not being perfect with money, or from conditioning experienced in a financially abusive relationship. And then the subconscious shame of feeling unworthy, of kind of rising out of that, of not being safe to have needs or success or to be happy. So an example would be, I have shame for being in credit card debt. I'm going to do this financial healing journey. I'm going to sort my stuff out, and then I might feel undeserving of the positive things that happen when I get out of debt. Increased credit rating or the ability to access more capital for my business, then I might all of a sudden exchange one type of shame for another. So we often think about how this can show up in our work. You might see this in cases where, like we talked about in the financial literacy slide, like no amount of financial literacy would overcome a dynamic like that. So shame from society's negative stereotypes around not being perfect with money is a conscious shame, and then something about being unworthy of getting out of debt would be the subconscious aspect. So this can, I really want to like drive this point home because this is one of the things that can keep us small, can keep us in poverty, can keep us from rising into our power as Indigenous people, as women, as leaders. So another example, and Caroline and I have been talking about this a lot because we are both sort of watching or involved in the annuities and settlement payments that are coming into some of our communities right now. And so an example, when someone who's experienced trauma receives a large sum of money, they might compulsively spend it really quickly, even on things that might be harmful to them. Or they might even just completely go into financial rejection and avoid filling out the paperwork to even get the money. Or, you know, an example of that would be like not filling out the paperwork to get a tax rebate. Or you receive a large sum of money and do nothing with it, refuse to spend it, almost act as if they hadn't received it. Even rejecting compliments or celebrations of earning a large sum of money. My example is like noticing I've seen this in the workplace and in my family, like noticing someone who's like very visibly uncomfortable with being recognized for their success, and maybe not wanting to be celebrated, or like delegating the success, like, oh, it wasn't me, it was my team, like they deserve all the credit, that term, and attributing it to other teammates. So this is a list of the other types of positive events that we see that can trigger shame. Do you want to read some of them?
Sure, and if anyone has an example they want to share too, we can be on the lookout for hands coming up. So it could be positive events such as winning a contract, being awarded a grant, having a promotion at work, getting a raise, a graduation, completing a certification, going on vacation, public recognition, making a big sale if you're an entrepreneur, getting married, winning an award, praise from an employer, reaching a goal that you've set.
Going on vacation twice because I really need a vacation.
Home ownership and having nice things. Who hasn't gotten a compliment on something and, oh, this old thing, just brush it off, that sort of thing, right?
That's Chantel's favorite example is like, oh, I like your shirt. Thanks, it was $2 at the thrift store. That's like my mother in a nutshell. Does anyone else have an example of that shame showing up when we have good things happen? Yeah, can you just project your voice? We don't have our microphone person. Yeah, imposter syndrome is a really good example. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. Yeah, great. Anyone else have an example of a good thing happening that brought up some shame? Yeah.
I was married 3 years ago, and there was a very, it didn't last anyway. It was very short.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, so I know that anyways, it leads to what's happening now. And for a long time, I was not allowed any relationship with my mother. My mother told me that in her belief system that any unity that is blessed by the Creator will last. That was her belief. So anyway, So I got engaged almost 2 years ago, okay? But the man I'm engaged to gave me this ring. And now I don't wear jewelry. I seldom wear jewelry, seldom. And this ring cost money. And I was so, I couldn't, I kept thinking, okay, what if I lose it? What if I lose it? What if I lose it? It caused such great anxiety. And then I wear it to honor what him and I, if it was my choice, I wouldn't wear it, you know, but to honor that linkage that we have, that connection we have, I'll wear it. It's beautiful. However, if it were up to me myself, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
a great example.
Yeah, and because I don't wear earrings, I don't wear necklaces, nothing like that. Yeah, so just so, and I don't know if that's an example that. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think an example, you know, it's uncomfortable to wear this, you named a few things, this sort of embodiment of it costs money.
Yeah,
it's
did.
sparkly.
Yes.
It's adornment. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great example. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, great. Yeah.
So there are some, when the 60 Scoop money came out, there were different family members, especially in my family, that were impacted by the 60 Scoop. Some of my siblings were adopted out, some were Crown wards, and some were part of the 60 Scoop but never were actually wards of the society. So they ended up returning back to family under what we know now as kinship. So the ones who were adopted out and were Crown wards got a lump sum of money. And there was shame in that for the ones who were also impacted by the apprehension, right, in the family unit. The ones who didn't get it, I'm not sure how they felt, but the ones who did get it felt that shame, you know, of going into care also, but not getting that monetary, whatever. It wasn't like it was a gift or anything, just saying. But there's also a sister who didn't even want to apply, and I applied for her and I got her the money, and she was really embarrassed about it. Like, I know she was, but that's another big piece is how the government's coming back, even with the Indian Day School money, how that happened, and everything else that's going to happen now, right?
Thank you. That's a really important example with so many facets because, you know, the very zoomed in experience of receiving some large sum of money might be considered positive, but everything else around that definitely wouldn't be. And so there's, you know, many layers of shame that would be experienced around that. So I think that's a really great example for us in terms of like increasing our discernment around, you know, nothing is that black and white of positive and negative. Thank you. Okay. So when we experience shame, we can get into this cycle. We can actually develop a sort of neurochemical addiction to this cycle, which is quite, I don't know, I find it quite astonishing because we don't tend to think about getting addicted to things that don't feel good. But there's a neurochemical activation that happens. So what can happen is we feel the shame or the shunning. We might reach out for a behavior to soothe us, or we might put off doing the thing that will help us to get out of this feeling of shame. And then we get into more shame and more pain, and then we'll reach out for a soothing behavior. And then we can get paralyzed. So in a financial context, this could look like not having enough money to pay the bills, procrastinating on maybe like calling the company that we owe the money to make a payment arrangement, going out and maybe spending money we don't have to soothe the shame and pain that we're feeling even worse about now we've compounded the problem, getting stuck in this paralysis, and then more shame. And then there's this perfectionism is being triggered because we're not doing it right, we're not acting right. So paralysis can include decision fatigue. Like if you're working in an organization that's having a really hard time making decisions, you might also be stuck in this cycle as a group, as an organization. And so the soothing of our nervous system, either through compulsion or consuming, like overspending, overeating, high risk reward behavior, all of this leads to more shame, because when we start shunning ourselves for doing the behavior, to soothe ourselves in the first place. This is linked to perfectionism because we hold up this belief about how we should be perfect with money, and the moment we're not meeting that high expectation or standard, we will start to shame ourselves, or we believe others will shame us. And if we believe others will shame us, this leads to that procrastination, and then we might avoid by some more soothing behavior, and it can lead to that paralysis. And we can just loop through, we can stay stuck in this cycle a long time. Another way we talk about the paralysis is decision fatigue, where we just can't move forward. Like we can't make a decision, and then we feel more shame for not making any progress, and it becomes this cycle that's very, very hard to get off of. So remember these.
These are the 5 core values again. So I would urge you to look at each one of these: individualism, consumerism, perfectionism, wealth, and personal responsibility versus systems or society. And ask yourself if you have core values that are different than these. And if so, make them louder in your head than these ones listed. Instead of consumerism, if you have something else that's a bigger value than that, be aware of it. Write it down on your paper, or say it out loud. We're going to give you an opportunity. Get them planted in your heads right now. Instead of individualism, is it more collective? Or you think of what really feels right to you, but these don't have to be the values that you adopt.
Awesome. Thank you. We went over some interventions to scarcity yesterday. And so this is about how we shift out of this cycle. So like Caroline just shared, we can really root into our core values. Another way of intervening on this shame cycle is this 5-step method. So mindfulness: what am I feeling? What's happening? What's the narrative? What's the belief that I have right now? Inventory, so that's fact finding. Is there really scarcity? Am I really, what's really going on right now? Or is it in the past? Is this bringing up something from the past? Then nervous system work. So we shared some yesterday, we're going to share some today, some somatic practices to help bring your nervous system back into a regulated state where you're not in fight or flight or freeze or fawn, so that we can activate that part of our brain we need for complex problem solving. Remember this part? And then creating a vision. What is it you want in your life in this moment? What values do you want to uplift? And then we can move away from perfectionism. And we also call that fault tolerance. So, taking a contrary action and giving ourselves some compassion that, we might not totally nail it, but doing something is better than staying in this shame cycle. And so that brings us back, we're trying to find this place in the window of resilience. I'm just going to take us through these if that's okay. So the window of resilience, a reminder, this is the state of optimum arousal, or another way of thinking about it is on one end, when we're triggered, we might have too little stimulation. That's where you might find when bad things happen that you're like almost falling asleep. You're disassociating, you're kind of like collapsing. And then too much stimulation might cause that fight or runaway instinct. And so the in-between is where we call it, where we feel safe and social, and where we can function with effectiveness, and make wise decisions with money. These are some of the ways that we access the window of resilience. So I shared yesterday, one of the things that I love about I love it when Western science and psychology catches up with Indigenous wisdom and ways of knowing and being. So a lot of these things are built into many, many, many nations' cultural practices, right? So mindfulness, cold water or hot and cold temperature exposure. So that could look like cold plunges and then our sweat lodge. Socializing, obviously being in community. Breath, humming, singing, chanting. Carol Ann's favorite on this list is smudging. Laughing, healthy fats. Salmon is one of my favorites. So these are all things that if we notice that we're in that state of activation, that we can bring ourselves back in. So we're going to do one right now together. You get to lead.
Okay, which one are we doing?
You're going to do that one.
Okay.
You can stand up or you can stay seated. It's super easy.
Yeah, this one is around feeling safe and being in an environment that you feel safe in. So it very simply is to sit up or stand up and just look over your shoulder. Look behind you and check out, be aware of all the things you see, the color, the lighting, what's there. Come back to your center and then twist and turn around to the other side. And look what's beside you, look what's behind you, and feel that stretch. And also be aware, oh, everything's safe. I'm in a safe place. I feel really good.
There's no bear behind you. I really like this one if I'm in a meeting on Zoom because I don't have to get up and move around. Either of these. Tapping is another one. And you'll notice a lot of this is about like right and left body stimulation at the same time. So you can do this like on your cheekbones, above your eyebrows. You can do it under your nose and your chin and the outside of your hands. That's a good one, especially if you're on Zoom and you need to regulate your nervous system below the camera level. Great. And then, of course, bringing our awareness to our breath. Just a bit of a body scan. Great. How are we doing? Okay. So this has been a huge epiphany for me, and I'm really excited to share it with you, some of our research. So remember when we said that shame in trauma survivors can also be activated through positive events? It's important to note that this shame stuff isn't made up, and we might, sometimes, we're anticipating that a group of people will shame us, and that is not necessarily inaccurate. We might actually be anticipating lateral harm. So just to make sure that this is the right topic, how many, by show of hands, how many of you think you might have experienced lateral violence or lateral harm? Okay, so most of the people in the room. So this was a big reframe for me. So lateral violence, just to define it, is this, it's like an attack or a behavior from someone who has, we are at the same level of power with. So in lateral violence, there's a power symmetry. If you're being bullied or mistreated or abused with someone with more power than you, then that might just be bullying or actual violence. There's other names for it. But lateral violence is about people who are generally in the same social group. Usually it's a marginalized or oppressed group. So the definition is a form of bullying, and it can often be called horizontal violence, and is defined as organized harmful behaviors that we do to each other collectively as part of an oppressed group within our families, within our organizations, and within our communities. And I think if they updated this, they would say, and within Facebook. So lateral violence can look like attacking someone for succeeding or cutting down someone in our community who's struggling in a public forum. And then pride in accomplishments can be replaced by, like, who do they think they are? So this is an example of projected shame or projected perfectionism. The shame or unworthiness is not only something we made up in our minds, but something we try to put on one another, or we might try to put on one another, and in our family groups and communities, and within our one-on-one relationships. So this is an impact of colonialism, of residential schools, of cultural genocide, that continues to result in this intergenerational and contemporary trauma for many Indigenous people. And so how do we know it's lateral violence, power asymmetry, aggression or harm that maybe isn't even in response to like any real encroachment? It's often something that someone puts on someone else that doesn't have much to do with them. They're just watching it out there, and they have this opinion or this desire to step in and sabotage what the person is doing. It can feel like superiority, chastisement, or judgment. And so how did we get here? So in the violence of first European contact and the subsequent battles and the theft of our land and the displacement of our communities and the stealing of our children and our destruction of our food systems and all of the subsequent violence, separation, and theft, many people's main reason for being and the outlawing of our practices and destruction of our languages to contemporary practices like predatory lending, child apprehension, the creation of food deserts and resource extractions, our over-incarceration, the list goes on. And then rapid and legislated scarcity on our people who had so much wealth for thousands of years is how we got here. And I learned this, and I believe it's by design, that the oppressive colonial forces want us to be distracted and disempowered and disempowering each other, like doing their work for them in order to carry on the harm they initiated so that we're less likely to seek repair, reparations, and liberation from these systems, because this lateral violence keeps us divided, keeps the harm of colonialism flowing, right? And we can see examples of this in any historically excluded or marginalized group. So this is true of women, of immigrants, of exploited undocumented workers, the conditions created to put these groups into inner turmoil, competition, gossip, and sabotage from within. So I'll read the quote. It says, "When a powerful oppressor has directed oppression against a group of people for a period of time, members of the oppressed group feel powerless to fight back, and they eventually turn their anger against each other." I know this topic can be very activating, so I just want to take a second to breathe. So other terms for lateral violence also include workplace bullying, being hypercritical, professional undermining or sabotage, silencing, relational aggression, internalized colonialism. And so all of those impacts I mentioned have resulted in lateral violence. So we direct our feelings of dissatisfaction and anger towards one another. And after repeated incidents of lateral violence, victims of this bullying may begin to experience depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, which can affect your relationship with everything in your life, including money. Forms of lateral harm might look like gossip. It might go so far as to verbal and physical assault or threats, passive-aggressive behaviors, blaming, shaming, attempts to socially isolate other people in our community, demeaning activities, straight-up bullying, threatening, or intimidating behavior. So everyone in this room, almost, put their hand up, has experienced some of this. Now that we see these forms of lateral harm, there's something that I want to draw out. But first of all, I want to ask, Caroline, I think you have an example that you wanted to share, maybe.
The one that's coming to mind is me having the feeling, so I'm kind of jumping ahead if that's okay. Well, it's just sometimes I notice myself like having a critical thought about someone who's like rocking it, and I think, oh, like you're just jealous, Carol Ann, and then I just start shifting it. But I realize there's some part of me that like wants to criticize or find something, but luckily, I've been doing some work and I'm starting to catch on, and I realize, oh, you should probably just go up and compliment them now because you think they're so great. Like I realize underneath it, but I have to stop and catch myself from time to time.
It's a great example. And in this work, one of the things that really stuck out to me is like, so we've all experienced lateral violence or this projected shame. If that's the case, and I think about this with bullying too, like we've all experienced bullying. Maybe we've even like worn a pink shirt or, done some like sort of action to stand up against bullying. But nobody admits to being a bully, right? It's like a boogeyman. Like everyone's experienced it, but nobody's perpetuating it because it's like the worst thing you can be, right? And so nobody wants to admit that they are engaging in lateral violence. So if we want to interrupt lateral violence, one of the things that we have to do is get into this self-reflective state of like, where have I perpetuated it? Because I have definitely grown up in this society with all of those values, all of the white supremacy values, and I've internalized them to some degree, right? So I love that example, and I have two that I want to share. So one is witnessing these two incredible business leaders in totally different fields who were being put on similar stages years ago to share their stories. And I was friends with both of them, and they just had this hate on for each other. One in particular, and she would call me up and be like, she got asked to speak at this thing, and why does anyone want to listen to what she has to say? I just don't like her. And I finally come through this work and I realized I had this opportunity to interrupt this. And I just said, I hear what you're saying. And what I'm trying to focus on right now is like, what if we put this energy of watching her and criticizing every little thing you think she's done, what if we like aimed all of that power and all of that energy at like, I don't know, a white oil and gas executive who'd like poisoned the water system of one of our communities? Imagine how much further you could go with that energy if you took it off someone in our community who's faced the same challenges that you have, but they're not acting right, and you put it somewhere else. And I mean, my example is not that revolutionary. It's the same thing. It's the voice when I find myself being like, people who are moving in the same direction or brought up in the same communities as me, and I see when I don't like 20% of what they're doing, and I want to say something about it. And now I just bite my tongue, or I go, wow, I must be feeling some shame around this. And then as Carol Ann suggested, I often try and just do the exact opposite of what I want to do, that contrary action, just send them flowers, emotionally, spiritually send them flowers, or a compliment, or say something nice about them to the person standing next. Doesn't she look great? I don't know, just anything to interrupt it. So I wanted to just give us an opportunity to do some reflection. So if you wanted to take a moment to think about when you might have, and I find this language is so much easier, like to say I have projected perfectionism or I've projected shame onto someone else is a lot easier for me than saying I am a bully or I have been laterally violent. So we'll take baby steps. But to take a moment to think about maybe when I've gone after someone or I've held them to a higher standard than myself and I really nitpicked at them and they're in my own, like at my own level of power. So, you know, take a moment to write. If anyone has a really brief example they feel a burning desire to share, you're welcome to. I know it can be a bit sensitive, but where might I have projected perfectionism onto others? We'll just take a second. I love it. Thank you. Yes.
And it's going to be small. From the 80s to mid-90s, late 90s. And when 2002, 2003, I decided to step aside. 2005, it took a while. 2005, I left the field. And I went out west, and I ended up working in nothing related to my education. And I ended up working with chemicals in a manufacturing plant, and where I was the only Indigenous woman and openly Indigenous. I was the only openly Indigenous identifying person. I was very slanted in the way people looked at our people. And so all they thought was that, oh, there's that Indian grandma in that dirty department. That's how they saw me. So I had to work twice as hard. Mm-hmm. And I had come from an educated background, so I did not say anything about my educated background. I had to work twice as hard. And I saw things in there, and because, you know, I saw things in there that were not up to par from my educated way of looking at things. And I met a woman, and my experience with her humbled me, because I got very judgmental with her. Because her way of wanting to make friends within the plant was to, oh yeah, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. To the point where people were saying, okay, where's the rocket scientist? So there was that covert bullying happening right there, until one day I found her crying. And by that time I had worked to my level where, like, I was considered more technical. And she's down there at the entry level, right? And then so I went to her and I said, what's going on? What's happening? And she said, I applied to the quality assurance department, and one of them came to me and told me, don't apply, you're not wanted. And she said, I said, why? Why? And she said, because apparently I lied too much. And she says, I just want to be where I'm accepted. I said, well, I have to say this. I said, I like you as a person. Sometimes and I can't lie. I said, sometimes some of the behaviors that I see coming out of you are some things that I don't feel comfortable with. And because I don't know where they come from. So she told me about her childhood. And once she told me her childhood, I understood where that came from. And then she opened my eyes to the point that no matter where we come from, we all have a story, and we share how we behave based on that story where we come from. So we got to be close. And so in that way, where I came from a judgmental point of view on her, because I was so impatient, I got to know her. And I worked with her for 15 years. So anyway.
Can you remind me of your name?
My name's Linda. Linda Sakjagabo.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Linda.
Yeah.
Linda, what I noticed about your story is that you mentioned that you were very educated, and you did not mention that when you went to work. And then this person was maybe inflating, or I don't know, maybe she did have that education, but she was very vocal about it. And that is such an important parallel, right? It was irritating because it was maybe also something that you were holding back. And that tends to be the people that drive us the craziest, that we want to judge the most. There's that common thread, right? I see it sometimes. I mentor a lot of like young Indigenous women who are coming up, and they're getting criticism from the aunties who are the women who are like 10 years older. And often it's about what they're wearing and how they're behaving in public, not in a loving way, but just in a like, you shouldn't be wearing that, you're wearing too much makeup, why are you doing this, why are you going there, why are you putting that on the internet? Not a loving, like, you know, a loving call in, but a definitely a tearing down. And you can't help but notice who it's coming from is maybe folks that aren't feeling so great about what they're wearing these days, or their body's changed, or they don't have a lot of agency around how they're spending time. Their life is shifted. They're not going out and having a good time. Those tend to be the ones who are the most critical. So that self-reflection is so important. And Linda, you touched on this sort of, how do we move into lateral kindness out of that lateral harm? So taking that projected perfectionism, that projected shame we might be putting on other people, and bring it in. It's an approach to addressing lateral violence that's based in Indigenous values that promote social harmony and healthy relationships. So lateral kindness uses First Nations teachings about respect, fairness, the importance of relationships to create an environment built on a foundation of kindness. So the ways that we can interrupt lateral violence, one of my favorites is, if you are a bystander, say something from a loving place. Like that is my number one baby step suggestion, call to action. If you leave today and you have a friend who is just always tearing other people down, interrupt it. Either we can change the subject, or hey, what if we put that energy over here? Or maybe we don't know what that person is going through at home. We don't know what her life has been or their life has been. So depersonalizing it is also placing the burden back on the system. So we can ask, like, whose perfectionism is this? Whose shame is this? Whose standard have I internalized that I'm now applying to everyone else? Is my critique of them something I'm being personally controlled by or have shame around that's making me be hypervigilant, hypercritical, perfectionist, or am I being constructive? Another good intervention is minding your own business. I feel like we forget about that one a lot. Increasing our own discernment about how lateral harm can be a projection of our own shame. We can interrupt it by consciously healing our shame. Imagine. And maybe that looks like moving into guilt, which actually is awesome. I'm going to talk about that in a second when we get to the pro-social shame. Yeah.
I wanted to mention that one of the things I noticed with my granddaughters was I wanted to mention one of the things I noticed with my granddaughters was the kinds of shows they watched on TV. The entertainment industry, even on the Disney Channel. And my mother, I mean their mother, my daughter, tried to confine them just to the Disney Channel. You watch those Disney Channel shows, those children, those young people make an art out of disrespecting and dissing and cutting down each other. And that's entertainment. And then I watched my granddaughters start to carry on that way, talk to each other that way, and then talk to their mother that way. And I felt paralyzed because my daughter thought she was doing good, just keeping them, away from other kinds of shows and saying, oh, it's the Disney Channel, They come home after school and they watch this. And I sat and watched the show there when I was visiting. I'm thinking, those kids are making it fun to insult each other and to tear down each other. And, they turn it into an art or something. And that's supposed to be, and then my granddaughters are adopting that because that's what they see. And they do it online, they do it in person. They were getting in trouble at school for bullying. And my daughter was kind of not knowing what to do. Where did I teach her? That's not what I raised my kids to be like. And I watched my daughter and my granddaughters and their interactions. And I was saying, do I step in? What do I say? Because the minute you say something, the kids, what they've taught is to talk back.
Yeah.
What's your, this is none of your business. I'm talking to my sister. And it just, I had to step away because I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do because that's, it just gets ugly sometimes.
Can you remind me of your name? You shared.
I'm Sally.
Sally, thank you so much. So Sally, I think what you brought up is such an important example. So when we went through all the different kinds of trauma, we talked about societal trauma, right? And then we also talked about how the oppressive forces want to infiltrate so that we keep each other down, essentially. And so, and even bringing up these values again, the value of perfectionism. So it's like, if you don't behave like this, then this is how we're going to talk to you, right? So the Disney Channel is the perfect example of how societal norms get infiltrated into all of our families, right? When my mom was young and around when I was born, all of the Disney princesses were, they were even described, their beauty was how pale their skin was, how thin they were, how blonde they were, right? So that set up several generations for this totally white supremacy Western beauty standard. Then they kind of realized like there was some problems with that. And their value was like how much the prince pursued them or rescued them, right? And so then they shifted that story a little bit, but it's not like it's 100% better, right? And so there's still those values going out through all of those narratives. And so I think you mentioned you and your daughter are like, you said like, where are they learning this? Or but it's like, whose shame is this? Whose behavior is this? Whose white supremacy is this? Whose perfectionism is this? So I think you just illustrated you're on the right track. You're depersonalizing it. This is not your granddaughters being bad kids or, they're just sponges. They are just absorbing all of that stuff that Carol-Ann talked about out in the ether, all those layers. They didn't learn it from you. They didn't learn it from your daughter. It's coming from society in. It's an outward force. And so I think that's a really great example potentially to, I don't know how old they are, but maybe to just do some storytelling about what you learned, about how this is a narrative that is being pumped into your home in order to put us in competition and conflict with our communities. Does anyone have an example of lateral kindness that they want to share? I think Linda gave us a really good example of going to that coworker who she'd been really judgmental with and asking to, some questions and getting to know her, where she was coming from and able to come to compassion. But does anyone have an example of this? Yeah, thank you.
Working in corporate Canada for so long, as an Indigenous woman, we're asked a lot to do, to sort of be the expert on everything.
The magical Indian in
Yeah, the magical Indian. I know everything about all the tribes across Canada and the States.
For all of us.
Exactly. So there's it became fashionable in the last 2 years to do land acknowledgements. And as an Indigenous person, I didn't feel comfortable doing it, but it was always the go-to person, always being asked, because I think they felt it was something an Indigenous person would do. So people started doing the land acknowledgement, but a lot of the pronunciation wasn't correct. And that sort of got me upset, not at the person doing it, but sort of at the system allowing for that to happen. Like, why would you say, why would you talk about something and you have no idea what it is? It just seems very performative. So I did have a little bit of intolerance for the person that did that. But later it kind of turned into an opportunity of knowledge sharing and reconciliation, where I was able to teach people the meaning behind the words and what the tribes meant. And the other thing I want to say about lateral kindness is being very forthcoming with information, not withholding. Always be a big proponent of somebody that's not in the room. So if there's an opportunity that you could link somebody into an economic situation or mentor that person, I think that's an excellent example of lateral kindness. Of there's an abundance of wealth and knowledge for all of us to share equally.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Yeah. I wanted to just expand on one of the examples you shared around mentorship. So if we're thinking about how we can express lateral kindness in a group, that could look like, shifting out of that competitive, isolated value into more generosity. It's a big intervention for lateral violence. And so an example would be when we're getting opportunities where we're maybe the only Indigenous person in the room, who are you bringing along with you? There's a quote, I should probably put it in here, but even just saying the names of other amazing Indigenous women in rooms that they aren't in. Hey, the next time you have this conference, I'd love to come back, and you should bring in Carol Ann as well. So that's it costs us nothing. It's so easy, and it's a generosity of spirit. Another, changing the subject, role modeling is a really great one. When you see someone who's having a hard time or being targeted, I said, someone I know was sharing on social media about experiencing, they didn't say lateral violence, but experiencing just an attack that was not founded in anything, just who do you think you are, taking up space, basically. And so I just wrote them a message, and it just said, these are the things I see you doing, and I really see you trying, and I'm sure this really hurts, but I think what you're doing is great, and I've got your back. So even just little things like that can really interrupt that. But the best thing we can do is our own internal work, because the bully is not the boogeyman, it is all of us. Whether we're just quietly listening to it happen and not say anything, or we're jumping on the bandwagon. So I'm jumping back and forth. Do you want to just read these one more time, and then we're going to do the exercise that you talked about, where we're going to talk about what values we can make louder than this. Okay, and we're 4 minutes. Oh yeah, okay. Maybe we'll just jump right to it.
Yeah,
We've
okay.
explained it.
Yeah, I think we have.
So Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you're.
Yeah, just reminding ourselves of these systemic things: individualism, consumerism, perfectionism, wealth, and personal responsibility, and reminding ourselves we can adopt values and counteract these when we're conscious of them.
So what are some of the values that are important to you that you could make louder in your head other than the values of financial shame or capitalism? Any you want to yell out? What would you, if you were creating values that were louder than these ones, what would they be? Reciprocity. That's our favorite one. You win a prize. What else? Reciprocity.
I was just thinking of collaboration. This is something I see when I work with women, like, oh, we get to sit down at the table and share ideas, and it's not competitive or individual, not trying to get one up on each other. Collaboration.
It's a great one. I loved Linda's example, or the story she shared, and I think that was a real example of compassion. That could be a value. And generosity. So that's a big one. Further interventions, just a reminder, these are really important questions to ask ourselves. Whose shame is this? So we can depersonalize it. And this part of this is about our commitment as part of this work is we're committed to inviting participants to be curious and identifies the ways they place the burden of responsibility on individuals. So the grandchildren example versus the society that has fueled the development of those films and those TV shows and the narratives that are being transmitted. So taking the burden of responsibility on individuals rather than the systems of perpetuating these oppressive realities on those individuals. So in the TOM method, we invite folks to move from that unconscious bias to from unconscious bias to conscious accountability. And this is the antithesis of shame. So this is the final and top intervention around this. It's our main intervention to shame, which we know leads to isolation, which impacts our feeling of security, and the main intervention being acceptance and belonging. So the first step is meeting or identifying the behavior. So what is the behavior that's happening? Then we're meeting that with radical honesty. So naming it, why, what's happening, what are the impacts? If we're approaching a person we want to do this intervention with, then we can move into letting them know, and a way of acknowledging acceptance and empathy. I'm not abandoning you, I just want to deal with this thing. Reframing, or with myself, I'm not abandoning myself, I just want to shift out of this behavior. Reframing this belief as once helpful can be really useful for us to get into compassion for ourselves for a behavior that we don't like. So we often say in the Trauma of Money, a mantra of, I forgive myself for what I had to do in order to survive. Another way of saying that could be, I forgive myself for doing what I was taught or what I absorbed. And this can shift us into, from shame into guilt, which is hilariously actually a positive step because shame is identity-based. So shame says, I am bad. Guilt is behavior-based. Oh yeah, I realize I don't like that behavior I did. Maybe I'll do something else. So that's the difference when we're moving from shame into guilt. And as Carol Ann mentioned, in her example, next right action. So like, oh, I don't like what she said about this, and I don't like her outfit, and the critical that critical oppression voice starts bubbling up, I'm going to go give her a compliment. I'm going to tell someone how great her work is. I'm going to interrupt that with the next right, or the other way we might say that is contrary action. And then we can move up into belonging and connection. So if shame feels like abandonment, the opposite is this connection and belonging. And there is, this conference is the epitome of pro-social. We're all together in person. It's an excellent place to practice and experiment with this work. We have 0 minutes left. Yep. We started 2 minutes late, so I'm going to take them. Okay. I want to go here because I just want to practice that. So, yeah, I'm going to skip that other one and just, Carol Ann wanted to share some stories of Indigenous leadership that looks like contrary action and based in the new values that we talked about. So I'm just kind of flipping through these. All of these organizations and leaders are proposing a different way of doing things. And so I'll just introduce, so Native Women Lead and Roan Horse Consulting are working in the debt and lending space with Native entrepreneurs in the US, and they kept bumping up the 5 C's of credit, which is how credit ratings are developed, and they were like, we gotta throw this out and come up with our own framework. So they came up with the 5 R's of rematriation. This is a way we can get into that creativity of developing new frameworks. Do you want to talk about Chipo?
Oh, one that people here might have heard of. She's local person, Jen Harper, and her business, and she's unabashedly Ojibwe Kwe, like she talks about who she is. She doesn't hide it. There's recyclability built into her products, and like giving back, there's a portion of profits go towards scholarships. So not that capitalistic model of profit at all costs. And I have the impression her workplace is pretty cool place to work as well. She treats her employees well.
Thank you. That's a great example. So we're going to wrap it up. Our final somatic practice, I need the audio, the AV guys help with. We did this yesterday. And so we're going to invite you to stand up if you are comfortable. And can you cue up the second song for me, please? So dancing is one of the best somatic practices that we can do. And if you're really feeling jammed in, then I'm gonna invite you to do this hilarious additional thing with the dancing, which is called ipsilateral and contralateral stimulation. So if you don't wanna dance or you think your moves are not so fly, we're just gonna get you, are you ready? You can start it. I can talk over it, I'm loud. So you can dance or you can walk around the normal way you would walk. Same direction.